Happy match day morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome into the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training grounds. Joe Freihofer alongside Jason Longshore. We've got a triple header for everybody here today. We've got two academy matches to start off the day, and then Jason Longshore, you're heading to the Benz tonight for Atlanta United and FC Dallas. But tonight and today, right now, all eyes are on the U-18s of Atlanta United getting set to take on Inter Miami. And Jason, there's experience on both sides.
Yeah, a lot of youth national team experience in both of these 18s today. Really curious to see how it all plays out. The Miami group is very young. Let's take a look at the Atlanta group. Guys to keep an eye on, Jonathan Ransom has been in the mix with Atlanta United too quite a bit. Braden Dunham's had a great start to the season with Atlanta United too. He's committed to Furman in the fall. Ayo Akintobi at right back, he's going to be bombing up and down that right side. A lot of fun to watch him. But the two up top in the middle have been a blast to watch this season with the academy teams. Santiago Pita and Isaiah Vicente. The Puerto Rican Youth International up top has scored a boatload of goals for Atlanta. Pita, you're going to like watching Santi Pita. Really fun player.
Somebody to hone in on for Inter Miami coming into this one. Mateo de Paula in the middle of the park. Jason, we were checking it out heading into this match. He's got a bit of a futsal background, pro foot volley player. You can expect magnetic touch there in the midfield, holding it down from de Paula.
Yeah, we're talking about a player who has played foot volley, which if you don't know foot volley, we're talking sand, we're talking volleyball nets. He's also a futsal player as well, so he's got the high-flying aspect of it, but he's got the ball on the floor aspect of it. Going to be a lot of fun to watch. So many different youth national teams represented in this Miami group. Leandro Padilla helped with Nicaragua in CONCACAF U-17 qualifying here recently. Sean Gormley with Peru's youth national teams. Nash Dearman, 15 years old, with the U.S. youth national team pool, as is the left back Gabriel Florentino. Levi Williams with Trinidad and Tobago's youth national team. Very cool to see so many players representing so many different youth national teams as well.
We want to say thank you guys for joining us this beautiful Bluebird morning. The U-18s presented by the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Whether you're tuning in through Atlanta United socials on YouTube, thanks for starting your match day morning with us as both sides getting their final words from both gaffers and taken to the field now. Jason, another matchup that'll be really fun to watch in the middle, pairing up against de Paula. Very often in the duels is going to be Aiden Torres, an MLS Next All-Star. So much experience for him at a very young age.
Yeah, talking about youth national teams, U.S. youth national team experience with Aiden Torres. Over 30 pro games with Atlanta United 2. Also saw the field in the Open Cup run last year. Torres, I want to see how he handles a game like this where you're asked to do more. You're asked to stand out. That's always the challenge from the first team coaching staff. That's the challenge from Steve Cook and the second team coaching staff. When you come to play with the U-18s or a younger age group, it's not just show up and do well, it's stand out. We'll see if Torres and Ashton Gordon can do that today.
Gordon, of course, the Jamaican Youth International. Very potent attackers. You can definitely expect to see some bursts of pace from him off the wing as he cuts into the middle. And we're getting ready here to walk out. Before we begin this duel here, of course, these sides in MLS play, especially in recent years in the era of the Gulf Coast Galacticos, this has panned out to be a very spicy rivalry between these two clubs at the first team level.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if that carries over a little bit to today. You get the pink and black against the red, black, and gold, and fireworks can happen.
We're getting all set here. Head officials are at the ready, and once again, a beautiful morning for everybody. Energy starting to pick up. The weather right now at a crisp 73 degrees, clear skies. We've got a decent crowd for this one as well. So much experience, of course, for Atlanta United as we take a look at that back line. Another player to certainly watch, number 8, Braden Dunham, who made his Tuesday debut back on March 10th, and he came away in that one. Not a bad start for him. Man of the match for his debut in Next Pro, so you can certainly expect being very vocal back there, as well as a lot of leadership in play from Braden Dunham.
Dunham's a fascinating one as a player that Steve Cook has just come to love with Atlanta United 2 this season. He's played left back for the Twos. He's going to be at center back today. He's played as a 6 for the twos. A player who just comes in, lunch pail, ready to work. Just a grinder. Braden Dunham, great left foot on him.
Did you see the unintentional flyover to get us started here this morning?
Oh, no, that was intentional. I called it in.
Very intentional, longshore. On the horn with the Air Force Base. What can't this man do? As we see the high fives getting started here. And we are ready to roll. Starting your match day morning with Atlanta United against Inter Miami. The U-18s kicking us off here for a triple header Saturday from Marietta, Georgia. Don't forget, guys, to make your way on over to Mercedes-Benz Stadium tonight. For the first team against FC Dallas, it will be HBCU night over there for the 17s. We can expect a lot of fireworks in the supporter section out at the tailgate. But for right now, everything will get cracking between these two sides. Final huddles, final words from both team captains.
Caden Moore wearing the armband for Atlanta today. Just back from U.S. U-18 national team duty. Was there with Dominic Chong-Kui, who just got signed to the first team. Last time I was out for a U-18 match in the offseason for the first team, Dominic Chong-Kui lit it up with that group. Now he's on an MLS contract. Ashton Gordon, Aiden Torres on MLS contracts. Very cool to see that with this Atlanta group. Those are two guys in Torres and Gordon who I think should be feeling a little bit of pressure today. Good pressure, but you want to see them perform.
Safe to say Atlanta United starting to create a pipeline at left back as well.
Crazy.
If you think about Moore, you think about Chong-Kui, who just signed, of course, a first-team deal after hitting his limit of 4 call-ups on the year with Atlanta United, and now Caden Moore back there as well with the armband. Let's kick it this morning from the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training grounds. A long ball deep from Inter Miami to get us kicked off. Torres contested there in the middle, chested down by Inter Miami and chipped over top to Jefferson Moradel. Possession battling around as you see a hard-fought clearance there. It'll get kicked back and shoved up top to Isaiah Vicente. We've got stop play as an Inter Miami player injured here, feeling himself after that challenge in the midfield. Jefferson Moradel, who rose up to it, took a tough blow to the ribs, it looked like.
It's a tricky one for Moradel because I think the ball was hit into his ribs from a short distance. Really nothing you can do in terms of a foul, but yeah, you get to the ball and then it goes straight into his ribs. That'll knock the wind out of you just a few seconds in.
So he's in quite a bit of pain. We'll take a breather here, stopping play as he gets attention from the Inter Miami training staff. Going direct and over the top very early from Inter Miami. Can expect a lot of contested aerial duels in this one, second chance opportunities. And of course, Atlanta United not afraid to use their fullbacks and some of that experience in defense to then create some overload situations in attack and see if they can build from there.
Caden Moore's going to be a fun one at left back. I've typically seen him as a center back. Dunham can play outside as well. I wouldn't be shocked if they're somewhat interchangeable at times.
It's going to be a drop ball here for Atlanta United U-18s. Braden Dunham will kick it all the way back to one of my favorite names in the academy levels, John O. Ransom, back there in between the posts for Atlanta United.
Ransom, a guy who's got some experience with the twos last season, has been in the mix training with the first team and the second team pretty consistently over the past couple years.
Dunham keeps it low, crafting his way around the challenges. Vicente spreads it down to Ashton Gordon. We've got our first offside of the afternoon. It'll go the other way for Inter Miami.
Vicente, one of the two players who came up from Florida to join the Atlanta United Academy this season. Big body, but he's got great feet. He can score goals, but he's also got that ability to bring others into the game.
And you saw him unafraid there of coming quite deep and holding up play for a little bit and then waiting for the blistering pace of the Jamaican Youth International, Ashton Gordon there. Inter Miami will play it out from the back. It's at the feet of Levi Williams. Gormley. He'll spread it long over the top, looking for the run of Nassim Jena. He's into the box, into the area. Cleared away well by Atlanta United there. They're looking to stay with possession, but it'll go with an Inter Miami corner.
Good ball over the top, and Ayo Akintobi has to get on his horse here to defend. Able to get back and recover, but look at the quality of that ball over the top from Gormley. Gave Jenna an opportunity to get in behind, but look at how much ground Akintobi covered to get to the position to make the play.
Akintobi tracking back very well. What a long ball as well. Nearly played it to the top of his toes there on the run. Corner taken short, fizz deep into the middle of the area. Ricocheted outside, touchdown and a volley over the crossbar, and that'll be a goal kick for Atlanta United.
Braden Dunham, ever present for Atlanta United. He makes the play there on the near post with the left foot to block it away.
Dunham's certainly been one of those rocks so far in the back line, not just for this side, but for the twos as well. Looking very long for Gordon, who tries to stretch play. Inter Miami will clear it out. It'll be a throw for Atlanta United. Caden Moore to take it. Back to Dunham. Outside of the boot touch to Torres, who's dropped quite deep to attract some of that Inter Miami pressure. All the way back for Ransom. Torres receives in tight, and then the one-touch giveaway out wide. Toby all the way back for Ransom. Dunham starting to feel that high press of Inter Miami. Now Moore will take it back. The one touch from Vicente, who drops all the way back into his own third there and then tries to spray it long for Ashton Gordon, who will track. That'll be back into the Inter Miami defense and all the way back to Williams.
Both teams with similarities to their first teams in the way that we want to, the way they want to play. We've seen Miami this season higher pressure up the field. Javier Mascherano has had that impact on the first team. We've seen that with Atlanta United as well. Both teams kind of mirror images of one another in ways.
Chip ball over the top, looking to break into that final attack. And it'll trickle all the way out for a goal kick for Atlanta United. And again, yeah, as you said, Jason, the effect of matcha ball there in the first team often has a pattern and a look that'll trickle all the way down into the academy teams, and you're seeing that here today.
Yeah, and we're seeing that with Atlanta as well. You know, you're seeing a buildup involving the two holding midfielders, that double pivot with Cibrian and Torres, and the fullbacks getting very high. Lots of similarities to the first teams for both of these clubs.
Dunham knocked it down to the doorstep to Ransom. Vicente appearing again extremely deep. Here's Moore, who'll carry it into the midfield. Touch back for Dunham once again. Atlanta United looking long. It'll be a nice lofted switch of play all the way out to the far right wing, dropped into the middle there for Akintobi, who's making himself available.
Got clipped, but yeah, not going to get called. Leave advantage played.
Moore. In the middle for Vicente once again. Nice little flick as he tries to get around pressure. Gordon keeps it in but can't keep possession. Inter Miami to contest. Gordon will chase as it goes all the way back to Williams once again.
Seen a lot of mobility from Isaiah Vicente up top, trying to find some opportunities to help Atlanta play through Miami's press, but also popping out wide, letting Gordon make that central run at times too.
Got to be careful if you're Vicente as well. Make sure you keep some gas in that tank for the second half, as that much activity, both up top as well as tracking back, can cost you.
These guys are young, Joe. They've got a lot more gas in the tank than we do.
That's right. I forgot I'm at UNC status by now.
Yes.
Lofted ball way over the top. Inter Miami once again tracking their way into the area. To the top of the box. It'll be an outswinger, chested away by Caden Moore. Goes down, opportunity. Great save by Ransom as he makes a kick save and then deflected out there. Akintobi stepping in again. Atlanta United's defense stepping up big here early.
Huge save from Jono Ransom with the right foot. We'll get another look at it. Moore and Dunham kind of got into the same space defensively here. The communication needed to be a bit better as they both went for the same clearance, but it falls there and Ransom has to make the big play with the right foot.
So it'll be the second corner of the day for Inter Miami. They've got the short option should they like it. Can also fizz it in deep and try and find one of their countless youth internationals, both hands held high. Had another chance. So we got a couple of runners appearing just outside of the box, and then they'll end up sending it into the area, cleared away by Dunham. Possession will stay with Inter Miami.
A towering header from Braden Dunham.
With authority, young fella. Cross it over and switch play. Williams out to Florentino. He'll chip long and over the top once again, really challenging the height of that back line of Atlanta United as it'll trickle its way back into the midfield for Inter Miami. De Paula appears and then resets out wide left. Pushing with a bit of verticality once again, but showing nicely. Winning the ball back for United is Hernandez. Couldn't stay with it. Challenged by Akintobi. That'll be a foul and go to the favor of Inter Miami.
It's a smart foul from Akintobi. Can't let that player get inside and break towards goal. Have to take the foul and potentially take the risk of a yellow card. He doesn't get it here.
Cheeky tactical foul learned at the art of one Will Riley, who was once out here playing in these pitches, as we saw him make a magnificent first MLS start against FC Cincinnati, really showing that for these young guys, there is a very clear pathway to that first team.
Yeah, I think you're seeing it with the first team, with the second team as well, where multiple generations from Atlanta United's academy are showing well.
Akintobi got the first touch to it and then clears it away, but headed back towards the final third for Inter Miami, brought down. Akintobi showing once again, Torres getting stuck in, tries to slip it with the outside of his boot forward, but won't get it. Vicente tries to go bring it down himself, but wasn't able to. Gormley will win it, and it'll go back in the direction of Atlanta United.
Yeah, we've seen a few changes to the starting lineups with Miami than what we were given. Sebastian Ramirez at right back makes a good play there to come across with that header, stepping in front of Vicente.
Throw for Atlanta United. They'll take their time on this one. Dropping it in short to Santi Pita. They'll go long and try and switch play to Ashton Gordon. First ball wasn't one, but second ball was, tracking out wide. Caden Moore just couldn't get onto it. Back the other way we go.
Go back to the connections to the way that the first team plays. That's something that Ronnie Dylo wants to see. That's something that Atlanta United Academy teams want to see. Big switch of play.
Ramirez touchdown into the middle. Caden Moore will end up winning it back. Torres will turn away from pressure. Back to Akintobi, and they'll push it all the way back to that United back line with Ettinger. Dunham fizzes it into the middle. Nice, tidy touch, and away they go from Cibrian. Vicente holds it up very well and then spreads it out wide for Hernandez. He's got a couple of blistering runs. He'll leave it short for Akintobi, and it's deflected, nearly rolls out for a corner. Akintobi kept it in, and instead it'll be a throw for Inter Miami deep in their own area.
Love that play from Vicente out to Hernandez. Akintobi's going to bomb forward when he gets the chances, but it all is started with the number 9.
Fullbacks for Atlanta United, fearless and unafraid so far. Header won well, nice crafty turn as Atlanta United continues into the middle. Vicente holds it up once again. They'll spread it wide for Moore. Moore's got plenty of options, wraps his boot around it, keeps it low. Inter Miami clears away. Atlanta United throw.
Santiago Pita could dribble his way out of a Mercedes-Benz. He's so crafty on the ball.
Doesn't matter the make or the model, he could certainly get out of it. Throw for United, it'll stay with the 5 stripes.
Caden Moore being aggressive, getting high up the field. Again, something that I haven't seen much of in the games I've called of Caden's. Playing as a left back, getting forward, showing that athleticism. He has it, but I want to see how he contributes in the attacking third. That's the part that I just haven't seen as much of.
Moore called up to the U.S. Youth National Team U-18 camp for March for that FIFA window. Goes with a long throw in, trying to find Vicente. It'll be a struck volley, wrapped just over the crossbar. Hernandez with a lovely attempt there in the area.
That's really good form from Hernandez as he tries to wait that out. It's very intentional. He's not just swinging wildly at it, trying to get that left foot over top of it and bring it down. It's always going to be a tough challenge, but he nearly makes the most of it.
Showing a bit of flair from the 5 stripes as we approach the 12th minute here. Scoreless between Inter Miami and Atlanta United U-18s. As we see ball won back brilliantly by Akintobi. Gordon thought about a weak boot strike. Again, he'll go for it, and it'll rise its way over crossbar. Goal kick for Inter Miami.
Yeah, I think Ashton had made his mind up. He wanted to have that shot, got denied the first time around, went for it the second time. And I'm good with that because I think you see the way this game's played out in the first 12 and a half minutes. Miami had the momentum. They had the control early. Even a long shot like that kind of makes you get back on your heels a little bit.
Gordon certainly has that distance from him in that wicked right boot that he's got as well. He's hit a couple of wonder curlers, even for the Jamaican youth international sides. As we see ball one back, an attempted Travella through ball into the middle there from Miami. But it'll circle its way back into the middle of the park. Spread wide. Ramirez backtracks it all the way. Switching it all the way to the left flank. Back in once again for Gormley. Long ball switching play as well there. It'll be kept in. And they're away down the end line. Here's a fizzing service in, but blocked very well by Cibrian. It'll stay with Inter Miami for a corner.
Cibrian closes that one down nicely on the end line to put it out.
So Inter Miami will get set for yet again another corner here. Plenty of opportunity here so far in the final third, early in this one as we approach the 14th minute. Back post, but handled very well with composure, rising and snatching it at the ball's high point from Jono Ransom there.
Good on those crosses, Ransom. A big frame. We've seen the shot stopping. The distribution is solid as well. Playing short here.
Almost a costly giveaway there from the five stripes. It'll be won back by Inter Miami just outside on the edge of the area. Deflected attempt from just outside of the edge of the 18. It takes a touch. Yet another corner again for the visiting side.
Torres gets the block. Ransom maybe forced that one through the middle. But an opportunity here for Miami from the near side.
So getting set for another corner is Inter Miami. They've got the short option should they like it. Plenty of options. Look how many pink shirts there are at the back post as you see the set piece getting ready to fizz it into the back post. Taking the first touch was Atlanta United. Well done by Cibrian to rise to it first. And another attempt here. Inter Miami taking their time on set pieces to begin this first half.
Miami's had the control of the field position, and they're trying to create a little bit more here. But they're pinning Atlanta in. Atlanta's got to get a little more control of the ball. Played short.
Ball fizzed into that back post. There is a pink shirt there. Opportunity was present for Inter Miami. Again, continuing to knock at the door. But the five stripes hang on strong. It'll be a goal kick for Ransom.
We are efforting on Miami's roster. We were given the U-16s for this match, so we're working on it. Bear with us. Sorry, Miami fans. We apologize.
Appreciate your patience, everybody. Once again, thank you for joining us this morning. Long ball in for the five stripes. Ashton Gordon challenging his way into the final third. Couldn't win the first header. Caden Moore, the captain, the left back. US U-18 International, the first one to it. Chested down by Gordon, and it'll go the other way for Inter Miami. Brought down nicely. Here's Gordon. A couple of intricate dribbles, and he'll kick it all the way to his back line. Ransom tries to send it long, finding once again the run of Gordon. Caden Moore will get the second touch to it. Nice turn and trying to blast his way down the sideline. There was Santi Pita, but one back by Inter Miami. Here's a fizzing ball. Akintobi just barely got his toes to it on that one. And then Dunham with the cheeky touch as he makes his way around the offensive pressure, progresses it forward to Torres. First ball won by Inter Miami. It'll trickle its way all the way back through to the end line, and a goal kick for the five stripes.
Love that last sequence from Braden Dunham. Just so composed in that moment. As we take another look at Miami's break.
And again, that crucial touch there from Akintobi using his pace. And how about this? Whoop!
So smooth, we couldn't even cut it. Great work from Braden Dunham. And Akintobi showing the pace, getting back into that position.
Here's Moore. We'll send it long to Vicente, who's been so active so far in this first half. Couldn't win the first ball, but Atlanta United are away. Jonathan Hernandez there, spreading it wide, tries to find the run of Vicente once again. Chested down by United. Vicente, here he is holding up play against 2-3 Inter Miami defenders. And the ball won back there into the midfield. Crafty heel chop. And away goes the visiting side once again with a bit more possession. So far, it's been Inter Miami with plenty of opportunities in that final third.
Yeah, Atlanta's had opportunities too. They haven't had as much of the ball. It's interesting, the kind of game models on display between these two. Miami definitely valuing possession in a big way, but they can press and win the ball back as well. Atlanta, they value possession as well, but they've been a little more vertical in this one. And when they have, they've been very dangerous.
Still trying to calibrate those long balls and those final touches. As we see, this one goes way out. We will see a throw for Atlanta United. So everybody catches their breath here for a second. We'll get another ball from a different side of the field to keep things going here. Akintobi to take the throw for the Five Stripes. The native of Mapleton, Georgia. One-on-one here. Trying to keep danger out of his own area. He'll box it out, go in for the strong challenge there. No foul play on it. It'll be a throw for Inter Miami.
Akintobi stood up the winger there. He's committed to the University of Portland, Io Akintobi. And we've seen this before where guys have been committed but end up sticking around and signing deals. We saw that with George Campbell, for example, back in the day. But we also see guys go to college and come back. Machop Chol, Matt Edwards, prime examples of that.
Long throw thrown into the heart of the area. Takes a couple of bounces. United not able to get the clearance away, and there's a finish. Inter Miami on the half volley chance are the first ones to strike here. The visiting side takes the 1-0 lead in the 20th minute here in Marietta.
A ball that you've got to clear out of the 18, and Atlanta couldn't. The long throw, couple of bounces, and a great finish with the inside of the right foot. No chance for Ransom from that distance. And Miami strikes first. They've had the field position, they've had the control via possession, and they get the goal to show for it.
Very crafty technique there as well, as you said, just opening up the inside of his boot and roofing it there past Jono Ransom, who had no chance there. So now the Five Stripes have a chance to respond here at home. Vicente egging his side on as well. And away we go. Inter Miami taking the 1-0 lead. Dunham spreads wide for Moore. Moore will carry himself. Slid out there, but he continues to chase down possession. Gordon will backtrack to cover for him. Vicente continuing that high work rate, and away they press again. Inter Miami will just switch play as this one trickles out of bounds. We'll go the other way for the Five Stripes. Akintobi to take it quickly into the middle, chested down nicely by Torres, who still yet to get his touches in this match, has been put in a couple of very tight situations pressure-wise as we see this high press from Inter Miami continue to turn up the heat. Switch of play out wide for Moore, lost his footing but gets it back, settles it down, drop of the shoulder, and tried to spread it out wide for Ashton Gordon, who will continue to track as his defender goes down. Here's a ball to the front post, looking for Vicente, who was pending right there. It's able to get snatched up. And we've got an injured player for Inter Miami, so we will take a stop in play here.
Let's take another look at the ball from Moore up the left side. The slip, Gordon takes advantage, able to get in behind, but it's good work from the goalkeeper to come out and claim that and not give up a rebound.
So it looks like everybody's all right. We've got a drop ball.
It was Adrian Rosario who had the slip. Thank you for whoever brought the Miami roster up to us. We will get caught up as we go. Good work from Ettinger to shield that one out for the throw.
So all the way back we go for the Five Stripes. 23rd minute here, 1-0 to the favor of Inter Miami here from Marietta, Georgia. You see the long throw from Akintobi. Vicente battling there to try and win down possession. It'll get touched out wide by Ian Urquidi. Throw in for Akintobi. Possession stays with the Five Stripes as they try to go for a volleyed switch of play, but deflected once again. Urquidi making himself known there. So we'll try once more. Vicente calling for it long to just go over the top. They'll go for it. A flick on header for him, and Hernandez is away as he makes a blistering run, continues to make a long touch. He's got the run of Gordon, back post, sticks in the shoulder, and it's won back brilliantly there by the Inter Miami defense.
Hernandez almost got in behind. Love his pace. Good battle on that far side. I like the no call on the initial challenge as well. I think both players are just battling for position, shoulder to shoulder. Yeah, the arms come out a little bit. Nothing in it on that portion of it. But then as Hernandez gets back up to try to reclaim possession, he commits the foul.
Davilba was dropping back there to help as well. It'll be Kendry Villafuerte who will offer his keeper to take it and send it long. Russo. Short beaming kick as it makes its way all the way down to the left wing, looking for the 1-2. Miami able to hold up play well. That was Garcia. Gordon knocks it back to Moore, who's thinking about a long switch. He'll go that way looking for the run of Hernandez, who just can't quite get to it. Throw for Inter Miami. Urquidi will make the short run. Showing himself there instead. They'll look back to him in the middle, holding up and switching plays. They look to take it now to the right. Matteo Turletti. Dropping it back for Rosario. And Inter Miami will go long. It's won by the Five Stripes. Torres has got some green space in front of him. He'll take it as he takes in the challenge as well. It will stay with the Five Stripes.
Slightly too robust of a challenge. They almost timed it well, trying to get around and hook around on that. Nino Venezia almost got to it, but Torres draws that foul.
Dunham, who had a crafty couple of dribbles earlier, will put the ball into a challenging situation there. Multiple players starting to surround him. Cibrian, as he tries to turn his way around the double pivote pressure there. We'll stay with the Five Stripes.
I think Shaw was the one who committed the foul at the end of that. Atlanta's got to be careful. Miami's pressure up top has been really impressive.
So Torres will drop into the fold and calling Dunham to come up and take it himself. Chipped long and over the top for Gordon. As he slips his way around the right back and fizzes it into the area. A dangerous ball, but just nobody there able to get onto it.
Had it initially gone over the end line. Pita trying to place that one with precision down the line. Just a little too much on it.
So they'll play out of the back. Inter Miami looking to build and continue to build on this 1-0 lead that they've got here as they play it. Trickling ball way down the right wing for Mateo Pereira. Moore, crafty outside of the boot, touches Torres. Will gather and run himself. Pressure continuing to come from Inter Miami. And the Five Stripes feeling it. Torres just couldn't get himself out of it. They'll take a strike on goal, but Jono Ransom, no problem for him. Thrown out wide once again to Moore, who's got options. He'll play it into the middle. Vicente, nice turnaround pressure as he heel chops his way down. We've got a foul on Inter Miami. We'll stay with the Five Stripes.
Smart work from Vicente to just go ahead and play that, draw that foul, because I think the ref was kind of waiting to see if he could play through it. Just bomb it long, get the call, and reset, because this Miami pressure is being very disruptive.
Dunham drops back for Ransom, and then they'll go wide to Moore, who's been unafraid to climb very high so far in this match. The fullbacks have helped with a lot of big production in this one. Flank stays down so far for Vicente. He's one-on-one, had the chance to chip. Flank continues to stay down. What an opportunity for the Five Stripes.
Vicente just trying to get that one to settle down enough. He timed the run well. The back three for Miami got disjointed that time. Vicente, though, that's one that typically we see him put away. I think he was just waiting for it to come down to the right foot, and by the time he has to make the play, he has to pop it over the goalkeeper and couldn't get it.
Almost had so much time and space he couldn't believe it himself. Had a look at the linesman, the head official, and in the end just couldn't get the finish. They tried and chip it out wide and over the top for the run of Hernandez. Couldn't get to it, and all the way back we go.
Talk about the similarities to the first team. The Miami defense shows that as well, with fullbacks getting high, but not both of them generally. That leaves a back three, but that's the danger of it. At times, it can get very disjointed. Gaps can open. That keeps Vicente on line. It was the far side when the ball was played, but he just couldn't quite get that to fall the way that he wanted.
So Inter Miami will take the free kick from their own half here as they look to try and build. Vicente looking for that extra gas in his tank as we approach the 30th minute here. 1-0 to the favor of Inter Miami. So you see United starting to reel back that pressure a little bit as we get deeper into this match.
Well, right now you got 6 across a line in the attack for Miami, and they're all looking to go.
And over the top they do go. We've got the blistering run here down the right-hand side of Pereira. One-on-one with Moore. He'll stick to his weak boot, dodge down onto the end line, and then fizz to the top of the box. Just couldn't get enough on the strike. Gordon looking for a foul there in a stiff challenge. Inter Miami fizzes it into the heart of the area once again. Akintobi able to get his forehead to this one. It continues to take an arid touch, and then we'll go for the 5 stripes the other way.
Yeah, the arm was up and extended that time from the attacker. That last sequence, it was so fascinating to watch it play out because Miami ended up with a line of 6 just waiting for the ball over the top, and Atlanta couldn't quite figure out how many people to drop to deal with it. They ended up recovering well, but that was so interesting to watch from Miami, to watch them be that aggressive with a ball over the top.
Vicente, the Puerto Rican international, has been so active in this one. Cibrian trying to dribble his way around pressure, looking for the foul call. He won't get it. And now back over the top they go. One-on-one with Ransom as he comes off of his line. It's been chipped around. Oh, what an opportunity, but staved there by the United defense. It was Mateo Garcia who was one-on-one with Ransom, got his way around the defensive pressure of United, but all the way back to 5 stripes are able to keep themselves in it with Dunham.
Ettinger there to help clean that one up.
Torres drops back for Ransom. Ettinger into the middle, trying to find the feet of Santi Pita, but it's shrugged off. Dunham will step up from the arid pass and carry it out wide now to Caden Moore. With space over the top, here's Ashton Gordon who makes the run. They'll find the feet once again of Santi Pita, who makes a nice little turn. Foul, and we'll go with Atlanta United, taken quickly by Caden Moore as he spreads it long to Gordon. Gordon will chip it over the top, finding the run of Hernandez at the back post, who brings it down nicely. Despite the defensive pressure, it'll stay corner for Atlanta United.
What a touch from Hernandez to bring that one down with the left foot, get a corner out of it. The touch from Pita earlier to draw the foul, and then the recognition from Caden Moore to take that free kick quickly and get Gordon down the line.
Santi Pita La Pica, he'll take it over there for the corner kick for Atlanta United as we approach the 32nd minute here. 1-0 to Inter Miami. 5 stripes starting to build out now into this first half, and a big opportunity on this set piece. It'll be Pita. He'll deliver it long and hard into the heart of the area, punched away by Inter Miami. Torres is the first one to get onto it. He'll let it trickle all the way out for a throw, and Caden Moore, the captain, to take it.
Dunham's going to come across. He's got the long throw.
The long throw specialist. So you see all the numbers for Atlanta United retreating their way into the area to try and cause a nightmare for the Inter Miami defense. Look at the run-up of Dunham as well. He's made his way onto the sidewalk there. He'll deliver it straight into the heart of the area. Cleared away nicely by Inter Miami. Second chance opportunity for Dunham here, making himself look like a left winger as he puts it onto his left boot. But the wind carries it over the end line. Goal kick for Inter Miami.
Dunham got forward a lot in the Atlanta United 2 opener, playing as a left back, and contributed to the attack. He's got it in him. Wasn't able to whip that one around.
And we've got an injured player here for Inter Miami as we get deeper and deeper into this matchup. So we'll have the medical team come out and take a look at him. Plenty of chances on both sides, and the 5 stripes starting to grow their way into this match now, Jason.
Yeah, they're showing some danger when they get forward through the wings with Gordon and with Hernandez, and they've switched sides here for the remainder of the first half. Hernandez over to the left, Gordon over to the right. I think you're starting to see Pita and Vicente have more influence, but you need to get the fullbacks higher up the field. You need to get Akintobi, you need to get Caden Moore up. But the reason why it's hard for them is Miami is so bold with the way that they're playing. Their guys are staying very high. It's hard to build out because, and think back to the first team game, Miami was so much more aggressive defensively than we saw last year. They were defending with 5 high up the field and really 5 back. You're seeing that here at times too. So you have to start kind of thinking about, all right, I need a 6th guy in the buildup and I need a 6th guy defensively. Where does that come from? Is it the central midfielders sitting even deeper? Is it the wingers tracking those fullbacks making the runs? How do you solve that issue? And that's what's so cool about these games at the U18 level is you're seeing young players figure out how to problem solve in real time, seeing things that they haven't seen in training, seeing things that they haven't seen in a match before. All right, got to figure it out and find a way to perform today.
Torubara, the Inter Miami goalkeeper, getting set to take it here as we approach the 34th minute, 1-0 to Inter Miami. Thank you so much for joining us here for this very special U18 matchup presented by Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Jason Longshore and Joe Fryhofer taking on a triple-header day of footy. We want to apologize once again to the Inter Miami fans and families who are joining us and say thank you for your patience as we get settled with the correct roster here on this one. Header taken by Dunham of the Five Stripes, continuing to fight his way forward. Caden Moore. Torres sticks a boot in there to try and win back possession, but Inter Miami absorbing the pressure well and then playing their way around it. They'll take a
high as well, and there's an overload somewhere. You've got to deal with it. Atlanta has conceded one, but they've dealt with it okay. I want to see what adjustments they make in the second half.
And a unique overload at that, not just positionally or out wide, but indeed kind of swarming the entire back line as you see United playing out from the back to get away from some of that pressure that went long for Gordon, who switched to the right wing now as you see Hernandez coming over to the left to try and switch up the profile of United. Torres will spread it long for Moore, who sticks a boot in. No foul called, will play on. Moore will play it up top to Hernandez. One-on-one tries to flick his way around. Pressure, can he get to it? No. Strong sliding challenge from Inter Miami. Well won there as you see him getting fully stuck in. Adrian Rosario, the center back, studs up and unafraid.
Jonathan Hernandez has been a lot of fun to watch today on either side. I love the quickness out of Atlanta's number 30 on the wing.
Dunham will spread it over to Ettinger. Back to Dunham. Here's Moore. Dunham will carry once again, thinking about switching it all the way wide to Akintobi. Instead, it'll go all the way back to Jono Ransom. This Five Stripes side, every bit of build-up and play, that man, number 8, Dunham, is the carrying X factor so far. Akintobi tried to keep it in play with a headed touch, but chipped over top of him. Will go to the favor of Inter Miami. Davilma took the throw. Play kept in and through the middle, trying to build out. But Dunham will take that trickling touch, and here's Ransom. Will send it long and deep into Gordon. Brought down by Torres once again as he turns his way away from pressure there. Gordon tried to flick himself around the tackle. Getting stuck in there, Inter Miami. We've got a foul. We'll stick with the Five Stripes.
Defender came in through the back of Gordon, and it looked like the boots came up kind of high as well, maybe in the follow-through. Not sure if he caught Gordon in the follow-through as well. But the defender down, Gordon down. Defender getting back to his feet. I think it's smart for him to stay down and catch his breath as well and let the referee maybe calm down a little bit. Because I saw the boots come high, and that's one where a lot of times you see that referee come in with the hand on the card. When he gets a chance to catch his breath, sometimes you take your hand off the card, and I think that's what you get here.
Edson Davilma was the defender there who went straight in on the challenge, the left back. Atlanta United will restart play. They've got Caden Moore here wide left, looking to create something. A deep long ball into the run of Vicente. Challenge one. There's going to be a foul. We'll go the other way for Inter Miami.
Yeah, it is mistimed there from Cibrian. You want to see both teams kind of catch their breath here. And Cibrian's going to get the yellow because that's a little bit of a receipt, you would imagine. But Atlanta's going to be frustrated because the yellow wasn't shown for the challenge on Gordon, and the reaction tackle gets a yellow. Yeah, he just misses it more than anything. But now I think the referee is going to take a moment to talk to everybody, try to get everybody to dial it down just a little bit.
As we approach halftime, Inter Miami with the 1-0 lead here against Atlanta United. And well done, fair play from the head official as well there to give out the yellow and retract play a little bit, settle things down more as we see Inter Miami continuing to settle into Atlanta United's final third. Touch there in a dangerous area as they continue to build out play and look to push in Alexander Shaw. Just could not carry it forward, and we'll go with a goal kick for Atlanta United.
Well, that's what we've talked about with the wingers having to drop back and defend. Gordon tracks the fullback that time, doesn't let him get the cross in, gets the goal kick out of it. At times, you got to stop thinking about shape and about position and think about portions of the field and making sure you've got an extra black shirt in those.
Here's Dunham who lays it off for Caden Moore. Space out wide for Ashton Gordon, so they look to find him. Instead, they'll opt for Jonathan Hernandez. A couple of intricate step overs as he continues to carry possession forward. Loses his defender, lofted into Gordon, who drops it back for Pita and couldn't get a boot onto it.
Great reaction defensively to come back and step in front of Pita. And then not just blasting it away, but holding composure and knocking it back to the goalkeeper. Really nicely played.
So Torubara will let his Inter Miami defense build it out from the back. That went long once again, but just a bit too long. Akintobi will take it back for Edinger, and all the way back for Ransom we go as we approach the final 5 before we hit some extra time as well in this first half.
You can hear the wind picking up here in Marietta. Going to have an effect on some of those longer passes as well. It's a swirling wind, so I don't know what effect it's going to have.
And here's Hernandez, who feels that swirling wind as it makes its way out there on the sideline. It'll be a throw for Inter Miami.
The chess match has been very interesting this morning between the two teams. I think Atlanta's reacted pretty well here after a little bit of an onslaught at times from Miami. Here's Pita.
Crafty touch from Pita there as you see Ashton Gordon leaving it back for the helping run there. Akintobi, his right back. Inter Miami first to it, a strong clearance with authority. It'll stay with the 5 stripes as you see Kennedy Villafuerte coming in and getting to that ball first. Five stripes throw, they'll retreat it for Torres. Feeling that Inter Miami pressure. They wanted the no call, but Atlanta United's going to get it.
Yeah, Torres inviting the pressure there, I think looking for an option to play, but couldn't quite come up with the idea. Almost got caught.
Torres asking for the help, but Pita instead will make a dashing run forward, looking for his options, and instead he'll play it back for Edinger. Switch over to Dunham. In space, here's Moore. Looking for the run of Hernandez. Vicente continuing to show in the middle there. And we'll switch to the other side of the field. Here's Torres. Taking the positive first touch. Taking a bit of space as well. Pita. As he looks to switch. That ball's got a bit of swaz on it. Caden Moore will touch it down. Fizzing ball all the way to the back post. Had the run of Gordon. Touchdown. Front post there from Vicente. Just couldn't finish it.
Great ball, nice leave by Hernandez, and Atlanta almost finds the equalizer late.
5 stripes settling into this match here at home in Marietta, trying to find their opportunity in on net. Dunham got called for the foul. Here's he stuck in the elbow and the shoulder there on the sideline. Here's another look at the opportunity.
Was a great ball from Moore, headed back or knocked back across by Torres. Vicente just didn't have much of an angle, tried to lay it off for a runner, but Miami again. Great recognition in those moments to deal with it right in front of their goal.
Turletti will take it for Inter Miami as they build out from the back once again as we approach the final few minutes of this first one. Sumaya. knocks it forward to Urleti once again. Miami trying to continue to impose themselves in this match and see if they can get a brace for themselves. Here's the home side starting to settle in the final few moments of this first half. Torubara plays it all the way long, lets his defense build it out. Now we see Inter Miami continuing to be active with numbers into the area there. Trickle it all the way back for Shaw, and then Ransom in the end with the strong hands gets to it for Atlanta United. Can the Five Stripes find something as we approach the final few minutes? Crafty turn. Look at Jonathan Hernandez showing a bit of flavor there. He'll loft it over. Nice ball in for Vicente, who just couldn't control it.
Flag was up as well. But that turn from Hernandez.
Oof.
And then a good ball for Vicente, just a little bit out of his reach. He was offside, so it wouldn't have mattered. But Hernandez has been a really strong performer here in the first 45 for Atlanta.
Didn't need more than a touch to turn his defender. Look at the pressure from Gordon, who snatches it back in the area. The layout for Vicente. It'll be Pita, who just couldn't get his boot onto it properly. A grand opportunity for Atlanta United there. Just lacked the finishing touch.
Just in that moment, couldn't quite make the decision quick enough. Good pressure as Gordon steps in front. Hernandez with the pressure to force the wayward pass. Gordon steps in front, but then it's a little bit in between. Vicente, Pita. Pita doesn't have the best angle with the left foot there. Can't put it on frame.
So we've hit the 45th minute here in this first half. Inter Miami will go long and wide. Here's Hernandez continuing to cause problems once again. Caden Moore, can he keep it in? No, he can't. We'll go back the other way for Inter Miami.
Good read from Moore. Both players are kind of shielding that one, seeing where it's going to end up. Caden says, well, I'll just step in front of everybody and take it.
Adrian Rosario will take this throw in for Inter Miami.
Been really impressed with Rosario today.
Moore, the first one to it as he just opens his boot. Pita with a nice intricate bit of touch. Vicente just tried to open up plays. Ashton Gordon had a lot of green space in front of him. Couldn't connect on the build-up. Inter Miami will get rid of it in their own final third. Dunham couldn't get to it. Here's Ettinger, who will track all the way back for Ransom, who goes long and plays it safe here into the header of Caden Moore. Couldn't arrive to it first. Ball continues around. Here's the contesting Aiden Torres, who will come onto it for the Five Stripes. Stiff challenge here right on our near touchline. Foul, and we will go in the direction of Atlanta United. We got a couple of players down here.
That had been building because Miami thought Torres pushed the player in that first portion of the sequence, and that challenge is agricultural. Very physical, but look, that's part of the game at this level. You know, I think at times when we talk youth soccer and you see challenges like that, people wince and people say that's not what you want to see. I'll tell you what, that's what Javier Mascherano wants to see. That's what Ronnie Dyla wants to see. You've got to be able to do that at the next level. You've got to make your presence known and sometimes be extremely physical and make sure that player thinks twice about their next challenge.
All about catching eyes. The eyes of Jason Longshore have certainly been caught here as we see the Five Stripes trying to build that now. Spreading it very wide. Akintobi. Gordon just couldn't find his welcoming touch. Here's Torres, who magnets it down with his boot there. Ettinger will spin away from pressure. Dunham marches himself forward. Caden Moore once again. He's been very north and south. The left back, the captain, who is trying to urge his side on here in the final moments of this first half.
I'm not sure how much stoppage time we were going to get, but we're about 2.5 into it. I'd say 3 would have felt right.
Here's Dunham playing it to the laces of Akintobi, who will leave it on the carpet there, trying to find the run of Ashton Gordon. It'll be a throw for the Five Stripes with however many moments they've got left here to try and leave their mark in this first half and level things at 1-1.
Last 5 minutes have been great for Atlanta. Can they find a payoff? Dunham's going to take the long throw either into the wind or getting the wind to help him, or maybe both somehow.
It'll be an in-swinger thanks to the favor of the wind as we see Dunham lock and load, and he'll deliver it deep into the area. Torres was the first one to it. The volley. It's a deflection. It'll stay for the 5 stripes. Atlanta United really starting to flex their form in the final moments of this first half.
Ayo Akintobi with the volley that was blocked. Might have left the panels of the ball on the Miami player who made the block. Usually something you see in volleyball, not in soccer, but that one might have been the case.
As the saying goes, Jason, either let the man pass her the ball, but never both.
Nope.
Corner for Atlanta United in what is most likely the dwindling moments of this first half. Can they find a finish? No short option, as you see Vicente will end up presenting himself there. Instead, they'll go long. Deep ball into the back post. Torres is there. Akintobi trying to get to it. Here he is again. Could not find the finish safely into the hands of Torubara. Another brilliant opportunity for the fullback.
Yeah, I think on the initial corner, Dunham got a header that was blocked right off of a Miami player. It fell to Akintobi, and he's turning and spinning and swinging and trying to get something on that one, but it's right at the goalkeeper.
Torubara kicks, and our head official says that'll do it for the first half. It's 1-0. Inter Miami, the visitors, are up here on top from Marietta, Georgia. From wherever you're watching, thanks for watching as we take one final look at Akintobi's chance there for the 5 stripes. Atlanta United continuing to build in it. They're chasing as we head into the second half. The U-18s of Atlanta United and Inter Miami. This stream is presented by Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Jason Longshore and Joe Freihofer will be back after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Marietta, Georgia, here for a U-18 showdown. We've got Atlanta United taking on Inter Miami. This is a live stream presented by Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. I'm Joe Fryhofer. That's Jason Longshore to my right. Jason, this match has had a bit of everything so far.
Yeah, it's been a fun one to call, and I want to see how these teams adjust when you get into the second half. Miami's got the 1-0 lead. A great finish on the goal. Atlanta was knocking on the door, banging on the door at the end of the first half, but they couldn't get anything to show for it. Now you've seen how the game's going to play, and I want to see how the adjustments come from both of these sides.
Defensively for Atlanta United, if you're Akin Toby, you got to be thrilled with that first half. A fullback finding yourself in the chance with a scissor kick in your own area while also tracking back. He has been everywhere as we get kicked off for the second half.
Gordon stays on the right side to start the second half with Hernandez on the left.
Here's Caden Moore, who's been very north to south so far. He'll lay it off to the back for Dunham. Couple of turns, and then he'll pitch it back over to Moore, whose touch gets away from him, but he controls it back down. Returns it for Dunham. Switch of play. Let's see that magnet touch once more from Akintobi. He couldn't get to it. Deflected away and then chested down there. Well done by Lagos for Inter Miami. They're away now on the far right wing. Controlled it down one-on-one with the youth international for the U.S. Moore, who just gets himself stuck in looking for a foul to stop play, and he gets that.
Caden Moore just gets his arms wrapped around the attacker that he couldn't stop Terletti. Smart foul. It's far enough away. You're not going to get a yellow on that one.
Pisha Fuerte. He'll divide play over to the other side. And there's Vicente for Atlanta United, whose motor has not stopped this entire match. Kept on the carpet. Played intricately there to that near touchline for Davilma, who will return it all the way back for Torubara. Miami taking their time. Orders here from the benches of just relaxing, getting settled into play as we make our way through the first minute of the second half. Instead, they'll deliver it long and over the top. Caden Moore rises to it and nods it out to that far sideline. Brought down, nice touch there. Inter Miami settling into it. Pereira. He'll turn and deliver it into the middle. Spreading it wide far back, we go the other way for Davilma, who will return it. Tucked into the middle, and then all the way back as you see Aiden Torres helping out his striker Vicente, and that five stripes pressure continuing to be present in the second half. Far wide, and a long ball crossed into the middle there. Ransom into his safe mitts, back with the five stripes. He'll pitch over the top for Santi Pita, who was also heavily involved there towards the tail end of that first half. Nice little turn from him. Oh, and he'll melt his way around. Pressure foul. It will stay with the five stripes. Torres to take it quickly.
Slaloming through pink shirts. Just so smooth on the ball, Pita. And I think Atlanta's looked better as Pita has dropped to help in the build-up. He's on it again in the attacking half.
Here's Pita with a nice little flick around to Ashton Gordon. just caresses it with the outside of his boot to find that run from the Jamaican Youth International. It'll stay with Atlanta United.
Pita just sees and feels the game at a different pace than most of the players on the field.
He would say the pressure of the match is a privilege. Unfazed here by the score so far. Akintobi trying to find Gordon as he sticks in the shoulder. It'll go all the way back for Edinger. And the Five Stripes here, Jason and Marietta, are chasing to begin this second half.
Miami doing what they've been doing. It's almost a 4-1-4-1 shape, but the way that they'll step up and press is very aggressive. I've been so impressed with Ian Urquidy, the sixth, the defensive midfielder for Miami. He's on the ball now, playing that Busquets role for Miami, and he's great on the ball, but he's been really intelligent about when to step and when to drop and help support.
Here's Davilma, who will return it back for Sumaya. And that Inter Miami backline held on through plenty of tough pressure at the end of that first half to be able to take the lead now into the second half. Here's a pouncing chance. You see Santi Pita stepping on the gas, tries to drift it to himself on the far side there of that Inter Miami back line, but they snatch away possession and hang on strong here. The 1-2, and we're out wide on the right wing now and away. Just gets away from him. It'll be a throw for the Five Stripes, taken quickly by Moore.
I apologize to Urquidy. I almost gave him the commentator's curse, but Miami was able to deal with it.
Edinger turns in for Torres, who I'd like to see be a bit more direct and try and break lines, carry it up himself. As
like
there you go. On the note there, as I call it, here's Caden Moore, who will get going, revving his engine. He'll cross it long to that back post. Gordon settles it down. There's Hernandez, who again was very crafty. Didn't need more than a single touch at the end of that first half. A little bit of extracurriculars. The spice is picking up, Jason.
Yeah, it's competitive. It's the right kind of spice because it's not cheap. It's not dirty. It's not anything like that. It's two teams that are really battling today.
And it's Inter Miami and Atlanta United, the rivalry as we've always known it between the first teams carrying down to the Academy matchup. Here's Caden Moore, who threw himself in there. Good call from the head official. Will go the other way for Inter Miami.
Yeah, had the arm hooked as he tried to get the long left leg around to get on that.
Sumaya will take his time here as we see a couple of suplentes for Inter Miami rising from the bench and making their way over to get warm. In this one, they'll switch it over to Davilma, one-on-one with Akintobi, who for me, for the Five Stripes, has been one of my most favorite players to watch everywhere on the pitch, including in that final third.
Oh.
Chest to down. Look at the flick. Ronaldinho-esque from Santi Pita, but couldn't keep it going. A little chest flick there from the beach of Rio.
I told you were going to like Santi Pita.
I like him. I do. All the way back for the Five Stripes keeper. Here's Ransom. He'll get onto it. Aiden Torres taking a bit more leadership in this one, calling for it, directing traffic, constantly scanning. One of the things that has allowed him to excel and make his way into an MLS Next Pro All-Star call for last season. Torres even spent a little bit of time with FC Porto during the offseason, training with them. He's got international class.
He's got it, and these are the good challenges for him. Where his team's trailing, he's looked at as one of the key figures. We'll see how he responds here in the second 45.
Ransom air-mailed it very deep into Vicente. Was feeling himself out here as he feels his shoulder there. He went up, made some strong contact in trying to bring it down. Gordon was there with him as well. Work rate has been very high from the Jamaican Youth International. Inter Miami wasn't super thrilled with that throw in there, but no call from the head official.
It was over the head. He kind of dropped it, but it was over the head. I mean, would have been a trifling foul throw call.
Technique checks out. That's what we do know. Dunham over the top for Moore. Brings it down himself, and it'll be contested out for a Five Stripes throw.
I think one of the things we talked about at halftime as we were catching up was Atlanta needing to be a little more direct, especially high up the field wide. And we're seeing Akintobi take that position more often here in the second half as a Miami player's down.
And as we approach the 52nd minute, we'll take a break here. The head official will go over and take a look and make sure everybody's all right. And as you said already so far in this one, in the first few minutes, Aiden Torres continuing to break lines, take a couple of turns. He was under a lot of pressure in that first half, and a very unique play style from Inter Miami as well. As you said, the overload of countless players all in the back line of Atlanta United.
Yeah, look, we saw this with the first team, and it really jumped out to me about how they defended high up the field with five, because you think back to Miami last year, they didn't defend aggressively high up the field. think this U18 Miami team is taking it to an even more extreme, where at times it's 6 high up the field. So Atlanta has to be brave and play long, because when you do that a few times, especially when you get Akintobi up high on that run or the secondary run, then Miami can't be as aggressive high up the field.
And keep an eye on that from the fullbacks of the Five Stripes as well. As you look on the far side, Caden Moore climbing higher and higher with a lot of green space. Here's Torres, who tries to stick himself in. Nice little touch and turn there from Cibrian, who will share it wide to the U.S. Youth International. Had a couple of options running at the back post, including Pita, who wanted a delivery to his boot. Will he get it now into Vicente, who rises, contested away, and cleared nicely by Inter Miami. Couple of touches down, double pressure from the Five Stripes. Ashton Gordon will win it back, and he'll turn into the middle. Chopped over top. There was contact there on the edge of the box. We've got no call here. Jason, what do you think?
That looked like a penalty. Don't think it was intentional, but there was definite contact as Hernandez was making a run and got inside of the defender.
Legs got tangled up, but away we go. Venezia with the outside of the boot switch here. He'll keep it on the carpet. Drop of the shoulder. Recorte just outside of the area. They'll go on target from Ransom, and wanted a call there as well, as we see more players getting tangled up here in a bit of a longer chat with the head official for that one.
Yeah, both probably should have been called, and now I think the referee is going to get everybody calmed down. Caden Moore grabbed him. Like, that's a foul, but he continued on. I think this is the referee's argument. He continued on. Advantage was played. You don't get to take the shot and get the foul. So this is back to the Hernandez one. There's contact. Again, it's not intentional, but that can be a penalty more often than not. The other one is trickier because it's something that we're seeing referees do more often, where you allow advantage to play out for a longer period of time, and then you'll bring it back for the foul. But the shot was taken. You don't get to shoot and get a free kick. If you want that free kick there, go to ground. Go to ground, take it there, because it should have been a foul, but advantage was played.
As we continue on here in the second half, some changes getting loaded up for Atlanta United. Zuniga getting ready for this one, as well as Gairov, who will also come in for a change for the Five Stripes. More contact here. Head official is going to have to deliver a card here. Let's see what he'll give. Having a chat here with Torres, and indeed picking up a yellow.
Yeah, that one had been building. I think some of it is on the couple of fouls from Caden Moore as well. You're getting into a persistent infringement situation, so good decision to go to the book there. It's a little harsh on Aiden Torres in terms of he hasn't been involved in many fouls, but think back, he was late in the first half. Hasn't really been involved in it in the second half, but he ends up getting that card. Hernandez is done. Zuniga will replace him. And it's Andrew Jardines also checking into the match. And did he replace Pita? Believe so, yes.
So Pita with a very strong first half, and then some trickling here into the second half. I wish he could have stayed on for a bit more production, but in come those two changes for the Five Stripes to try and see if they can find the difference maker and get themselves on the board here.
Well, you get into some interesting situations with Atlanta United 2 playing tomorrow in a match, and maybe some of the players that are on the field here might need to play some minutes in that one.
Blistering couple of runs. Davilma was the first one to get to it for Inter Miami. An air bounce, and Pereira tried to bring it down with his boot and have a chance for the Fort Lauderdale side, but just couldn't do it. And we'll go back the other way with Caden Moore and the Five Stripes, who returns it all the way back for Dunham. Dunham's going to have to try and get rid of it. Torres absorbing pressure, takes a push behind the back, and we'll go the other way with the Five Stripes. Quickly taking chip over the top to Ashton Gordon.
That was the savviness from Torres. He felt the pressure on the back, go down, get the foul.
And here's the verticality and leadership of Aiden Torres calling for it directly. Zuniga getting his first touch here in the second half, and away he goes, exchanging there with Torres. Torres a couple of bounces there, and he goes down inside of the box. No call there, just straight up took the shoulder, and Inter Miami clears it away. Here's Moore. Moore tried the cheeky heel chop as Inter Miami just spinning and turning away from pressure there, getting stuck in. There's Sardine. Five Stripes will turn and then bring it all the way back to Ettinger to try and reset play.
Love that tackle from Andrew Jardines. Really nice tackle.
Here's Gordon. able to get away from the first challenge. Nicely done. He'll return it to his back line. Dunham surveying his options. Trying to bring some of that Atlanta United 2s experience here to this U18 matchup. As you see the around the tree run there from Akintobi, staying with it, stuck in his boot, and applying the pressure here. It'll be a throw-in for Inter Miami and Da Vilma.
What a battle between Akintobi and Da Vilma today. The left back for Miami, the right back for Atlanta. They both play like wingers, so they're both having to attack. They're both having to defend. It's been a really fun matchup between those two.
And Zuniga and Jardine getting active with the first couple of touches, getting acclimated. Speaking of, flicked over the top, trying to find the forehead of Vicente. And Ashton Gordon, so often as he does, turning and inserting himself there into the midfield. Dunham will spread it wide using his backline. They'll go over the top for Akintobi. Too much on it. Inter Miami will take it the other direction.
Got subs getting ready for Inter Miami. 4 players in uniform. Not sure if they'll all check in here at the same time.
Getting some final direction here in this match is Choi for Inter Miami. And both sides taking advantage. Here's the heat starts to turn up as we get into the afternoon hours here in the south in Marietta, Georgia.
Yeah, it looks like Lucas Cho and Angel Patino checking in. But not yet. Still getting some of that direction, I think. Yeah, we'll get those subs next time.
And look at Lagos continuing to use everything that's in the tank as he takes direction there from his Inter Miami bench. The Gaffers trying to continue on and see if they can get a brace here. And this one, 1-0 to Inter Miami as we approach the 60th minute from the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground here in Marietta, Georgia. Handball there. We will go the other way with Inter Miami.
Terletti coming back to help win that for Miami. Quick free kick.
Ransom will get his safe mitts to it as we see the arrival of Jarrett Smith here in the booth with us getting ready for the next game, as well as Madison Cruz.
That's always dangerous when Jarrett Smith arrives. Jarrett and Maddie will take you through the U16 match.
I think I felt the aura coming when he stuck his head around the corner. You could sense that something had changed. Vicente brings it down with the inside of his right boot. So well done as he looks for a chip ball over the top. Ashton Gordon will knee it down. Recorte with the heel chop there. He'll send it in towards the second post. Deflected away. Nicely done. Can Da Vilma go for it? It'll eventually make its way out. Ashton Gordon with the throw for the Five Stripes.
Wondered if they'd bring Dunham up to take this one. He's not. Akintobi will do it instead. But Miami will make their subs here. Cho, number 21, and Patino, number 24. Don't have a fourth official here, so the AR has to make the long run up to midfield, getting the steps in.
Good pace as well there from the linesman.
Yeah, impressed. Maybe he gets paid as the fourth official as well.
Could be.
Should. I'd be asking for it.
As would I. Both sides starting to get settled in here. A time to chat things over, get a hydration break as we see the 2 subs for Inter Miami come on. More direction given from the Inter Miami bench to Lagos, who settles back into play. He's trying to be air traffic control here as we'll see another long throw from guess who? Dunham for the Five Stripes, who locks and loads, sends it in deep. It'll make its way all the way to the front post, deflected away, touch brought down, and a shot that just guides itself over and out for a goal kick. Jardine again getting settled in with an early and solid opportunity there for the Five Stripes.
Wasn't able to get over that one as we take another look at it. The delay on the subs allows Dunham to come up and take this throw. He can get it into the 18, deep into the 18 as well, and end up falling to Jardine. The first touch was really good, but he couldn't get over the second.
And here's Vicente again, just as he did in that first half. El Motor Puerto Riqueño continuing to apply that pressure. Inter Miami will cut it back and then switch play over to Da Vilma, who has been covering a lot of ground and then some in this one. Ashton Gordon making his presence known, shares a couple of blows exchanged there between Da Vilma and Gordon. Extracurriculars continuing to heat up. Chip all over the top as he continues his run. Can he get to it? Ooh, a scissored attempt keeps it in there.
Almost did. I thought he did.
Very close.
Da Vilma's been a really fun player to watch here on the left for Miami. one to keep an eye on as we go back to that whole sequence. It was close on the offside. It wasn't called, and Davilma almost with the scissoring cross.
And Gordon and Davilma there on the tracking runs into the box, exchanging some elbows away from the ball. Keep an eye on that duel as this match continues to heat up. Back to Ransom.
Yeah, it's feisty. Again, I think it's all feisty in the right spirit, though. You're not seeing anything cheap, because usually after those situations, the guys are high-fiving each other. So.
More hunting his way forward, looking for that run of Chardin. Could not find it. Brought down lovely there by the Puerto Rican Vicente, and we'll go now. Home crowd looking for a card here. I think we're going to get it. We'll get a yellow for Inter Miami and a free kick for Atlanta United in a promising area, Jason.
Yeah, Shaw knew he was in trouble bouncing off of the big body of Isaiah Vicente. He's in trouble. He tries to get a call out of it. He's not going to. He jumps to the ground, trying to deal with it that way, then reaches the arm out. You have to give the yellow.
And here's a group chat now between about 4 Inter Miami players and 3 from the Five Stripes as they try and clear their way and make some space for this free kick. It's Aiden Torres who's over it, as well as Dunham.
I don't know, maybe playing Family Feud, not sure.
Could be. Someone's got a deck of cards out there somewhere.
Yeah, who knows? So Dunham's got the left foot that is, you're 32 yards out. You start to do the math. Top of the arc's where the wall's set, so 32. Dunham can do that. I've seen him take those from there. But it looks like he's going to peel away. Now, Miami on top of the wall being set, maybe an extra yard, so maybe 33. Their line is also set there. So if you're going to chip this in, you want to have it land on this side of the penalty spot if you can for a runner to get there. But it's all about timing.
And Dunham, the center back, once again is over this one, and the exchanges with Aiden Torres as well. Certainly fancies himself, thinking about a 2014 David Luiz free kick from that kind of range. But with this wind, it's going to have a bit of an effect to it. Let's see who goes over the top of it.
I think Dunham wants it.
Dunham runs over it. It's Torres who will play on his run as he makes his way into the area, tries to slide it in just to keep play alive. We had a collision there away from play, and will now finally stop play.
So I think it stopped play for a possible head injury because the Atlanta player's down grabbing his head. That's a really interesting free kick defense because everybody's set up really high. You've got runners trying to get to places. You've got wrestling matches happening. SmackDown breaks out. Looked like a DDT in that situation. And then a lot of players trying to get calls afterwards. It works, but that's a risky way to play it for Miami because the Atlanta player who went down, he's trying to make the run. Go back to the way that it's played. And I love the creativity. Dunham runs over it. Torres is playing it to Dunham as we take another look. Watch the Atlanta player who gets wrestled to the ground. He's trying to make the run that way, and he gets hip tossed. It's intentional on the hip toss. The AR didn't see it. The referee didn't see it. But if that foul doesn't happen, then the ball's played to Dunham, and you've got a runner inside. It's smart defending if you can get away with it. It's bad defending if you get called. I don't think he got called because the ref didn't call anything in the moment. Now, everybody's going to be lobbying for what they saw in it. The ref didn't blow the whistle on the foul. Doesn't mean he can't go back and give it, but he didn't blow the whistle on the foul. He blew the whistle when the Atlanta player was down holding his head, and I think that's in the way that he landed. So all kinds of things to sort out here. No VAR. We applied. We didn't get approved.
It also looks like he might have caught either a knee or a set of studs to the back of the head as he was going down as well.
Yeah, I think it was in the way he was falling that was the issue because it wasn't the contact as we take another look. It's the way that he goes down.
Down there.
I think it's the second defender running in as he's getting hip tossed to the ground. The second defender running in catches him. Again, no intentional strike to the head or anything like that. It's the second player who catches the Atlanta player, but he got caught. Side of the head, back of the head. He's back to his feet, which is good. It was Ettinger who was making that run. But this is a tricky one because that should have been called a foul. It should be a free kick around the top of the arc. It's not going to be because the ref didn't call it. In all of that chaos and contact, the ref didn't see the grab, and that's why it's going to be a drop ball back to Miami.
If you're the Five Stripes, Jason, 20 minutes and change left in this match, how do you turn the game on its head and get back in this one?
You got to keep your head. I mean, the game's getting feistier. The game's getting more physical. Both teams are getting frustrated. You've got to keep your head because Miami plays in a very bold way. They're going to take big chances going forward, which means they could give up big chances the other way as well. You've got to find those.
Aiden Torres with one of the finest touches that you'll see in this match so far. Sharadin, who will turn away from pressure and spread it wide for Gordon. Crosses it to the back post. There's Vicente, who couldn't get the first touch to it, but it's kept alive by the Five Stripes, deflected out. And we've got a goal kick is the call for Inter Miami.
The ref called the corner, and the AR went with the flag for the goal kick, and it is going to be the goal kick. Ettinger waiting to be waved back on. I think Vicente maybe got his head to it, but he couldn't quite direct it in the way that he wanted. Good to see Ettinger back on. He's okay after getting caught with the secondary defender.
When you're both the line judge and the fourth official, you got some authority in making those calls.
Yeah, you got to make those calls. You put that flag up, you're going to get it.
Here's Inter Miami going the other way, trying to fight themselves through that Five Stripes pressure. Cibrian tried to make his way into it. Stretching tackle made by Dunham. No contact and into the midst there of Ransom. Inter Miami with another solid chance. They're breaking away immediately.
Just look at how split Miami gets at times with 5 and 5. It doesn't look like there's a midfield. The midfielders have to play on both sides, obviously, but they get high up into the attack or deep to defend. There's not really anybody in the middle at times, and Atlanta can take advantage.
There was a switch to Gordon, who melted through 3 different Inter Miami players with a drop of the shoulder throw in, taken quickly directly into the path of Torres, who thought about a strike. He'll flick it to Vicente. Finish. Five Stripes are back on the board. They level it 1-1. It's the Puerto Riqueño Vicente who gets his forehead to it. 1-1 Atlanta United and Inter Miami locked up from Marietta.
An absolute striker's goal right there, and it's created by Aiden Torres. You've been talking him up here in the second half. He has to get involved. He has to make things happen. It's a flick, put it up, and let Vicente go up and find it, and he does. All he's got to do is go up and get that touch to it. He does. Beautiful work from Aiden Torres, and now we're 1-1. We'll get a hydration break here in the 71st minute. And that's going to set us up for a wild 20 minutes to conclude it.
Now we've got a game just as things start to pick up some fireworks between a lot of individual duels. Ashton Gordon starting to settle in. And then you take a look at the crafty flick. Aiden Torres showing off the flair and that one to make it happen, lofting it up to the big man and letting him do the rest. Well earned for the Puerto Rican as well, whose work rate has been so high in this match. And he's thrilled to get that finish.
He's had to do a lot of work without reward. He's had to do a lot of things dropping deep. He's had to chase defensively. He's over there dapping up Aiden Torres right now after that little flick. When you're that kind of a striker, and he's got golazos in him as well. He's got bangers from 20-plus yards out. He can do a little bit of everything. But when you can score goals like that, that's when you start getting big checks. Because sometimes it's not going to be pretty. Sometimes it's not going to be that great highlight reel goal, but it's a meaningful one. He gets that here to make this a wild finish that we've got coming up as Miami will make a sub to bring us back in. Sergio Pereiro, he will check in the number 12. So the third sub of the day for Miami. Atlanta's got the momentum going into the last 20. These are the games you want. If you're both of these coaches, if you're both sporting directors for these clubs, you're sitting there grinning watching a game like this because you get to see how guys handle pressure, how guys handle a professional kind of feel to this. You're seeing professional fouls. You're seeing a professional game management. It's a great opportunity for these young players to show where they are in their development.
See a bit more of a chat now from the head official to both sides. Caden Moore, the captain of Atlanta United, getting in there. You can see the gesture of a bit of yapping going out there, Jason. Just some extra words being put in that maybe we'd like to get cut out for the second half, as you can expect magic to unfold here. This is Champagne football. 1-1 Inter Miami and Atlanta United U-18s were tied, and here we go, rolling away in a deadlock.
Yeah, that's really good management from our referee there when you have the opportunity to dial everything down as best as you can. And I think the ref crew has done a great job today outside of that one that was in a pile. It was very hard to spot. We have the value of replay, and that's where we saw it.
Vicente almost more motivated by finding his finish as he tracks all the way back to the halfway line. Gordon will trickle it back for him, lofting it over the top into the control of Torres, who shrugs his way around pressure and knocks it back to Akintobi. And all the way back to the Five Stripes back line we go. Cibrian to Dunham works it wide for Moore, who will strike it on the volley. Takes a weird hop outside of the area. Vicente showing off the magnet touch and fighting off pressure as well. Cuts back to his weak boot, tried to find Torres there, who was pending on the outside of the area, but they couldn't connect. Inter Miami dashing away from pressure. There's a nice tackle from Akintobi yet again, getting stuck in and keeping control for the Five Stripes.
Great tackle from Akintobi on Lagos.
Dunham will deliver it all the way back for Jono Ransom. Five Stripes catching their breath. It feels as though the pace of this match starting to pick up as well. Long and wide, Moore wins it. Away the Five Stripes go. One-on-one, Zuniga has Gordon at the back post, step overs and keeps possession to himself. He'll cut back to the top of the box. Jardine just wide.
He's had a couple of good looks since checking into the match, Andrew Jardines. Great header, one on the far side by Caden Moore. That opened everything up, and Zuniga was able to ride off a challenge, get his head up, and pick out Jardines at the top of the 18.
It's intelligent play as well. So tempting when you're bursting towards that end line to just wrap your boot around it and go for a no-look cross. Instead, he held it up, taking notes from one Sean De Silva as well of having to look back and then delivering it in, and a great chance for the Five Stripes. Inter Miami trying to respond. Momentum has certainly shifted, but the visiting side will not go down easy. Pereyo, who has entered into this match early here. Couple of turns outside of the box, taking a strike way over the crossbar there. But a good chance for Batino, who's entered into this match in the second half, to try and be the difference maker. Too much on that one.
Saw the initial break started with Da Vilma again, who was able to get Miami out of trouble. Really good work there.
Dunham. Ransom. Five Stripes starting to lean back on the gas a little bit more and see if they can settle into this one. Feeling as though they're gaining back control. Lots of good chances. A lot like what they saw at the end of that first half. They'll stay back with Ransom. Surveying his options, in no hurry here, the Five Stripes. As we approach the final 15 of regulation, plus whatever added time we get. Pouncing on it, there's Aiden Torres, who will flick it on. Look at the run of Akintobi. The fearless fullback continues to climb high. Here's Ashton Gordon, the layoff from the Jamaican Youth International. Akintobi trying to continue it on there into his final third, just couldn't get around it. Looking for the foul call there on Da Vilma. He won't get it. Inter Miami the other way with the throw.
Da Vilma recovered well. The initial cross from Akintobi was blocked. Love the interplay there with Jardines and Gordon and Akintobi.
So here's Torres trying to stick in the body again and hold up play. We'll say a bit too much from the head official. Foul will go the other way for Inter Miami.
Yeah, arms were out from Torres. It's in the attacking half. He is on a yellow, but that's not anything to worry about in that situation.
Villafuerte spreads it out for Sumaya. And away they go now down the right wing. Patino trying to get himself more and more involved here in the second half. Urquidi, they'll thread it into the middle. Five Stripes trying to dance all over it, see if they can regain pressure here. One-on-one, stiff fought battle there by Jardines.
So good from Urquidi. He knows that pressure's coming. He can't lose the ball there. He's got to get the foul.
Da Vilma will divide it out for Pereyo. Back they go for Urquidi, who holds up play nicely there. And there you see Ashton Gordon tracking back, showing off that work rate. Chested down by Vicenti. Jardines. Look at Gordon. Stepping his foot down on the gas. Inter Miami turning, melting away from pressure very nicely. You see 2 5 stripes continuing to bring the heat there. Throw for the visitors.
Vicenti has run a lot today. Feeling the effects of it, but still effective.
A couple of changes for the 5 stripes, but their key pieces have stayed the same in this one. Aiden Torres, as we talked about in that first half, starting to make his presence more known here in this one. Akintobi rises to it. First to get to it, here's Torres trying to shrug his way in. Inter Miami will take possession back the other way. Shaw carries it on forward. Nice tackle from Dunham. He'll get to his feet and carry it forward as well. 5 stripes going the other way.
Asking a lot of Dunham on that run. He still gets to it and gets the throw.
Nice exchange there between Dunham and Inter Miami as well. High-fiving it out. That's what you like to see when the burner gets cranked up in a match like this. It's all fair play.
This second half has been so good. Just played at such a high level. A lot of interesting things tactically. Really impressed with the quality from both of these teams. Great advertisement for MLS Next in these 2 academies.
And don't go anywhere. We've got the U-16s coming up after this with Madison Cruz and Jared Smith. They're booth side right now, getting ready for that scrap. We'll deliver that to you guys shortly after. Thank you for tuning in here in this stream presented by Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Joe Freihofer and Jason Longshore. And this one heating up. As you see the 5 stripes fending off pressure there from Inter Miami. Visitors will take it the other way.
Ettinger does a good job. He's in a tight spot there. You're going to see a lot more 1v1 situations all over the field now.
Davilma starting to direct traffic. And there's Akintobi again, continuing to be so active in this one. Tough deflection. Zuniga continues to make the run. Dribbling around 1, 2, 3 Inter Miami defenders looking for the call as he goes down just outside the edge of the area. It's a tricky one, a little bit more reluctant to blow the whistle in a spot like that, Jason.
Yeah, it was a bouncing ball. That one wasn't as clear-cut as the other penalty shout that Atlanta had, but it's right on the edge, and it looked like Zuniga was tripped up.
Torres absorbing Inter Miami pressure all the way back to Ransom we go in the final 10, not counting added time in the second half.
Yeah, you'll get a decent bit of stoppage time because of the hydration break.
Akintobi got a header to it. Contests as it continues to jump around. And back into the middle. Guess who? Vicenti draws it down with his studs. Kept it on a string so far in the second half. Inter Miami starting to build up, and the other way we go. Nice attacking exchange. Spreading down Perello. Drop of the shoulder, he'll instead cut it back and return it to the top of the box. We'll switch and go to the other side of the pitch now as you see Caden Moore getting stuck in there.
Yep.
No call initially, and then a late whistle as you see the head official reaching around in his pockets. Do we have a card?
Yeah, Caden Moore's had 3 or 4 fouls, so he's on that line. That deserves a yellow because of the way the game's played out. Make sure that he shows it here. Yes. Moore gets the yellow. I think he's late to it. A little bit of a delayed whistle, but I think it was just the way everything played out. Moore's had a couple of those grabs that we've talked about, so by this point, that's a yellow. Get another look at it here in more detail. Yeah, I think he's just a little late to it. He might have got there with the right foot, but I think the left foot catches the Miami player. So in a way, he kind of goes through the player to get to the ball.
Caught him on the follow-through there. It's a free kick in a very dangerous position for Inter Miami. They've got options for both an in-swinger and an out-swinger here. So you see the 5 stripes starting to tighten down, batten down the hatches here. This ball in a very dangerous position.
We'll see if Leo has been giving any lessons after training.
It's in one of those spots where you can't help but lick your chops from this range. Inter Miami over the ball, swirling ball over the top of the crossbar, and out for an Atlanta United goal kick. Everybody breathes out and settles in for these final 8 minutes plus added time.
Subs coming. Lucas Robbins, number 30 for Miami. He's one of them. And number 22, Emiliano Mercenari.
Stoppage of play here as we see Inter Miami getting those substitutions. Ransom trying to go quick, but he won't get the kickoff in time.
Looks like Robbins is going into the attacking unit, and Mercenari will go over to right back.
Visiting side looking at a little bit more freshness in their attack as 8 more minutes to go. They responded first here. Marietta got a solid goal very early in this one and have been absorbing Five Stripes pressure ever since.
Robbins went a little bit higher as the 10 in the group, and Lucas Cho, he'll drop in to play with Urquidy. Maybe a little bit more of a 4-2-3-1 now for Miami as opposed to the single pivot of Urquidy.
Long ball hopped over the top to Vicente, who launches and gets his head to it first. A little bit of pressure there in the back line of Inter Miami, but they handle it well. Some pushing and shoving will go in the other direction.
Those are always difficult because the ball was hit with so much backspin that Jardines is going for it, but it just hangs in the air, so you end up on the back of the guy that you're trying to get through.
Climbing forward, Urquidy, he'll instead return it back to his back line. He's been everywhere, appearing in defensive situations, climbing into the final third as you see Inter Miami doing just that. The visitors trying to impose themselves here. One-on-one with that Five Stripes defense. Atlanta United doing a nice job of tracking numbers back. Open man at the back post. Crucial deflection there from the Atlanta United back line. They'll stay alive.
Looked like Ettinger got to it just in time, at least to get that seed planted into the mind of the Miami player, Pereo.
Pereo was very open there at that back post. Akintobi sticks the shoulder in. And speaking of, once again there.
Jardines was going to get there. Villafuerte knew that he had to be very fuerte. Got to it.
Very nice. Muy bien.
I was happy with that one.
You should be. Throw for Inter Miami. Away we go with Davilma, who's been another outstanding individual for the visitors here today. He's covered a lot of ground, unafraid to incorporate himself into that attack for Inter Miami, and putting in some staunch challenges when he's needed to as well. They'll rotate it here to this near side. Vicente continuing to gallop out there. How much does he have in his tank? As this one goes over and long.
Temperatures have definitely heated up at this stage of the match. Not just the emotions of the game. It's hot now. We're into the 80s. Miami's probably a little more accustomed to that, but
feeling it in the booth here as well. It only adds to the call.
A little bit.
Only makes it better.
A little bit. That one comes off the referee, and you have to stop the play when it comes off the referee. You can't allow advantage in that moment.
Another chit-chat here between the head officials. We'll see a drop ball here in the middle. Inter Miami continuing to contest here the calls. We see...
Yeah, there's nothing to contest. It comes off the referee. You'd have to stop it and do a drop ball.
Late substitution, it looks like, for Atlanta United as well, as Peacock is getting ready to jump into this one. He's got some marching orders on the note there as well, looking to see if he can be the difference maker to snap this deadlock that we've got between Inter Miami and Atlanta United U-18s. Headed clearance away, down to Torres. Nods it forward, trying to find more, who continues to find himself deeper and deeper in play. Torres gets dodged down and he recovers it. Thought about taking it early. And our head official will stop for that substitution window. On comes Peacock for Atlanta United.
That hard work that we've seen all day long of the goal scorer, Isaiah Vicente. He's been so good, and he gets the reward for the work. Now you bring in Mason Peacock with fresh legs. Very similar kind of player, very physical up top, can do that vertical run that you're looking for, that I think we saw Isaiah give you a lot of. We'll see if Peacock can get something here against the tired Miami backline after Vicente had kind of wore them down.
And take a look at this. Dialing up the burner a little bit more. Inter Miami continuing to squeeze that backline of the Five Stripes. Seeing who can hold on, who can be the difference makers. We approach just 3 minutes now until that 90-minute mark, depending on that added time as well. On the far side, The ball will trickle out and stay with Inter Miami. They'll take the throw in rapidly. They'll go long over the top, trying to challenge Dunham, who's continuing to track himself back. Looking to avoid the foul call there, as well as Robbins is just one-on-one with him and trying to scrap his way through the challenge. He'll get a deflection, and it'll stay with Inter Miami deep in Atlanta United's final third.
Great defending again from Braden Dunham. Just stands Robbins up and then blocks the cross.
Quick throwing back to Robbins, who chests it down and then turns himself through two different Five Stripes defenders as they just try to hold it up against that end line and see if they can get a fortunate deflection. They won't. Inter Miami will maintain possession.
So we're into the 89th now. The subs from Miami, I think, have given them a little more balance.
And there come the fresh legs of Peacock for Atlanta United as well. Low ball, nearly kept on the carpet from Inter Miami, but they'll regain back possession. Patino.
Dunham again with another defensive play.
Dunham has been such an invaluable member of that back line for a lot of today, losing the footing. The Five Stripes there out wide. Inter Miami trying to see if they can get any kind of service. A little bit of holding and shoving, but no call. Top of the box, just outside of the area. Ransom had to stretch on that curling effort from Perello, but he goes just wide of the post. Took a deflection. It'll stay down on this far end with Inter Miami.
Yeah, I think it took a deflection out high. Ransom was at full stretch. I don't think he got a touch. It's good work on the far side, riding off the defender, keeping the ball moving, picking out Perello at the top of the 18. I think it's a deflection off the shot that ends up taking it just wide. Into the 90th minute now.
Atlanta United battening down the hatches. Lots of orders from this Inter Miami coaching staff. Two hands raised. Here comes the delivery for Inter Miami. They'll go long to Davilma, who's just outside of the area. He'll chip it to that far back post, and he'll say it was a shot that got carried away by the wind. It'll be a goal kick for Ransom and Atlanta United.
I'll agree with him on that. I think you felt a sudden wind gust come up from our back. You know, it's one of those things. Davilma, the work he's put in, you get a chance there. You're going to try to take it. That's okay, but the wind carried that one a bit.
And in a stage like this, too, can't help yourself with a chance to try and get a super strike. See if you can get a little bit of knucklage there from the wind. Dunham dribbling himself into a bit of trouble there, but shoulders his way out of it. Rolls it back for Ransom. Torres brings it down. There's the signature flick yet again from the Portuguese-American. Tucks it into the middle. Five Stripes are away now. Caden Moore couldn't keep his footing. The delivery just didn't have enough to it. Dunham will clear it for safety. Keeps itself in play. Here's Peacock. And again, as you said, Jason, some of these players running onto it, and then the wind carries it in a different direction. Over the top, Ashton Gordon, the Jamaican Youth International, tracking onto it. We've got an opportunity here in added time for the Five Stripes. Could this be the difference maker?
Really impressed by Perello there. He had the shot earlier. He gets back to head that one away as Jardines had popped it over the back line for Gordon to run onto. Perello has been good on both ends of the field for Miami here in the last 5 minutes.
Ashton Gordon will take his time, couple of deep breaths, takes his paces, and adjusts his socks as well. This is going to be a crucial delivery. Countless numbers into that back post, including Dunham. Flicked on, strong punch from Inter Miami, and away they go defensively clearing. Five Stripes track onto it, but not enough. One-on-one here with United backline. Here's Lagos, seeing if he can get a fortunate dribble. He goes down, and there's Dunham. Guess who? Yet again, a four-headed flick from the center back who clears it away. What can't this kid do?
I have to give Didi Cibrian so much credit in that because you've got three pink shirts running at you. He knew that he was done if he loses it there. He dropped, gave himself a little more time, gave Dunham time to get back, ends up going to ground, maybe would have got a foul call, maybe not. On the ground, makes the tackle that then Dunham cleans up. Huge play from Didi Cibrian.
Got to note, Jason, as well, after the long injury moment that was taken for Ettinger, who was down during that free kick, we should expect a decent amount of added time here to keep this one going.
Hydration break as well, so maybe 5. We're 2 minutes into that now. Would love to see a winner. This game's deserved it. It's been a really good match.
Can Peacock help do that for Atlanta United? Couple of intricate touches with the outside of his boot, one-on-one, sizing up the Inter Miami defense. Standing tackle stuck in there, Sumaya. holding up his own against Peacock. The late substitution here in the second half, trying to make the difference for the Five Stripes.
We're getting a few flyovers today. I didn't call in the second one.
I was going to say, I wasn't sure if you hit your per DM limit per match on those.
Yeah, definitely did on the first one.
Dunham long throw specialist, got a lofty touch in there to Akintobi. Bouncing around again. Peacock flicking header. Is it the ball guided its way into that top shelf, but could not find its way home? Here come Inter Miami galloping away the other way. Here's Dunham once again. Center back, more like center forward, incorporating himself. Here's Peacock, turning it onto his favorite right boot. Straight into the midst of the keeper, Tubara.
Good work from Peacock, but you're seeing the personality of Braden Dunham. Whatever it takes to go try to find a winner. He's popped up as a left back. He's popped up as a central midfielder. He's popped up as a left winger. He's making plays defensively. He's everywhere.
Stalemate for this Atlanta United triple header. U-18s, then U-16s, then first team. This match has had everything, and the Five Stripes might have more in their tank. Inter Miami trying to respond as the visiting side as well. Shoulder stuck in, advantage played, and then cleared away. We'll restart here after a foul committed by Atlanta United.
See, that time the advantage was opened. The window was pretty wide. Bring it back, but a shot didn't materialize, so you're not bringing it back for that.
Spreading play very long and wide. Pereyo. Crafty dribble. He'll go for that near post strike. Trying to catch the Five Stripes defense by surprise. Ransom will say he had it covered.
He did. He pulled the arms back. That's a good play from Jono Ransom. Young goalkeeper with the Canadian youth national teams that every goalkeeping coach here at Atlanta United has high belief and a lot of potential they see in Jono Ransom.
Dunham with the airmail delivery long to Ashton Gordon. Crucial touch there by Davilma, who has been cloaked all over Gordon for this entire match. Outstanding performance from the left back.
Yeah, there's so many player of the game contenders in this one. Davilma's up for that too. He's been so good.
Ettinger touches it down to Dunham. Spins it wide for more. Blistering run here down this left-hand wing. Atlanta United trying to see if they can squeeze something out of the final moments of this one. Here's Moore again, winning back possession. He'll go straight north and deliver it long. Too much on it as that climbs out over the end line as we hit the 95th minute. Jason, you were right. We've got a little bit more. How much more is left in this one is the question.
Yeah, thought we'd get 5. We're past that now. The referee looked at the watch. Might not be much more. Yep.
And that'll do it. A 1-1 deadlock stalemate. The points are shared here between Atlanta United and Inter Miami U-18s. It's been a good one. Plenty of opportunities from both sides. A very balanced match that had everything in both halves. And I think, Jason, both sides will be fairly content to split the points.
Yeah, both teams played really, really well. I think both coaching staffs are going to have a lot to work with here, a lot of positives, some things you want to get better at, some things you want to work on, but really impressive just quality of the match from both clubs. Really liked, I mean, it's just a fun match to call. Love seeing the young players showing a lot of personality in those big moments. And that's both ways. I mean, we can go through the Miami roster. Pereyo, really good towards the end of it. Davilma, great throughout it. Urquidy was one of my favorites in the match. Then you look at the Atlanta side. Braden Dunham was everywhere at the end. Vicente working all over the place. Pita with all of his quality. Just a lot of really good players on display that I think we're going to see for whether it's Inter Miami 2, Atlanta United 2. I think we're going to see guys from this match in those teams this year. And you've got guys who you're going to see at the MLS level for both of these teams.
For all of you at home, thank you so much for joining us and getting your morning dose of footy here. It's a tie. 1-1 is the finish. A draw between the U-18s of Atlanta United and Inter Miami. That's Jason Longshore. I'm Joe Fryhofer. It's been a pleasure bringing you this match. Stay right there. We'll be right back for some more for the U-16s here today, delivered by Madison Cruz and Jared Smith. This stream has been presented by Children's Healthcare of Atlanta.
Healthcare of Atlanta training ground as we get ready for the U-16s facing Inter Miami FC. I'm Madison Cruz alongside Jarrett Smith. Jarrett, what are you expecting from the match?
A certain amount of chaos with it, just if for no other reason. It's U-16s. And you're always getting used to the idea of U-16s playing and developing not just physically, but also maturity-wise. So looking forward to see how that goes for them. Both teams will come out. They'll be aggressive. How you deal with the adversity is what you're going to have to be looking at most with these guys, because we've seen a number of U-16 games where everything is going along just swimmingly. Something weird happens, and then as you're still developing mentally and with your maturity, the game kind of gets away from you. So how do you handle those moments? I want to see that from these kids today.
Let's go ahead and get the starting lineup for Inter Miami. Nassim Jenna starting on the left side, going in from left to right. Then we have Jefferson Moradel. Then on the right, Yarlis Valdez. Going down to the midfield, Liam Vizega, Lorenado Padilla, and then Mateo De Pala. Then going from left to right in the back line, Gabriela Florentino, Sean Gromley, Rondinell White, and Nash Dearman. And then in goal for Inter Miami is Levi Williams. For Atlanta United's starting 11. We have from left to right, we'll go from the back line. In goal is James Donaldson. Then going from left to right and then from the back, Elijah Montgomery, Nolan Lancaster, Isaac, Fred Bond. Up into the midfield, we have Josh Kwan, Dennis Tutev. Then we have Ignacio Suarez, Santi Suarez. And then going from up top, we have Amir Henry, Andres Alvarez, and Ivory Covington. That's your starting 11 for your Five Stripes.
It's a fun lineup to look at for Atlanta. You got a lot of athleticism on the wings with Amir Henry and Ivory Covington, both of them very quick, very athletic, very good first step, and can cause problems. We'll see how they're able to kind of build from that outside and find space on the inside. And, of course, James Donaldson, youth national team.
As both teams get set, it'll be Inter Miami's ball first. Jefferson Moradel stands over it. As we await here, Joe Fryoffer and Jason Longshore had the U-18s that ended in a 1-1 draw in a great match. Hopefully the same thing here in this one. Let's kick it for 45 here at the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground.
See a lot of aggression already from Atlanta. Want to step, and we talked about you're going to come out aggressive. You're going to be intense in those moments.
It goes back all the way. Feed all the way back to Williams. Williams. Long ball. Atlanta gets ahead to it. Brought all the way back.
He's offside.
Hand is raised. It will be an offside. Back towards Inter Miami. White. Up onto the right side, driving ball, chasing it down. Valdez. Valdez is tripped up. No foul play on Atlanta United going back the other way. Stood up. Atlanta trying to get out of their defensive half. They finally do onto the left side, driving down, cutting inside. A little bit too much on that ball, trying to connect up top to Alvarez, and it rolls right to Williams.
Well, it's a good idea. I think Alvarez might have been a half step off. The AR looked like he might be putting that flag up, but it's Alvarez trying to hold his line, and that's so hard to do as a striker in that moment because you know you've got to run, you know you split the center backs, but you have to hold it for just a half second. The ball's a little bit too heavy.
Trying to feed it up top was Inter Miami. Able to hold on to the ball. Back out to the right. It did take a deflection off of a 5 stripe. It's going to be a throw in here for Inter Miami.
It'll be interesting to see how those societies develop on the field for Atlanta. And for Miami, for that matter. Especially as you stretch the game out, it gets more disconnected, and you lose separation between the lines.
It's Atlanta's ball. Back through Valdez. Valdez skipping through. Valdez into the box now. Taken away by Atlanta. It's great work from the back line. Now being pinned. Has the ball stripped from him underneath him. Montgomery able to win it back, and a late challenge. It's going to be a free kick here for Atlanta.
Good job winning that foul. Get a stoppage here. So we take a look at it. He gets turned over, but then you get stuck in with the challenge, win it back. It's an early foul. It's going to be physical. It's going to be a physical game like we saw with the first game. So you just got to go ahead and know that that's going to be what happens. And for both teams, it's managing that physicality and managing your emotions.
Montgomery is back on his feet now. Trying to feed it onto the left side. No one there. It's going to be a throw in here for Inter Miami. Throw in all the way here at center field. Long throw, the back line for United is going to pass it all the way back to Donaldson. Donaldson launches it. Gets ahead to it is Inter Miami. Trying to head it back the other way. But the back line's there, Montgomery. Lancaster back to Donaldson. Donaldson connecting up top
Good
to
touch.
Covington. Able to keep it in play. Bond. Bond feeds it through up top. Alvarez. Brought down is Covington.
Good
Ref says
tackle.
play on.
That's a good tackle.
Miami trying to get it out of their defensive half. Laurentino was right on it, but Bond passes it back to Donaldson. Isaac. Coming forward is Bond. Bond skips it through. It gets a touch off of Inter Miami, falls to Alvarez, but the back line for Inter Miami is there. Keeping it in play is Fred Bond. Up to Covington on the right. Covington to Bond. Bond tries the cross. It deflects. It's still loose right near the corner. Atlanta's going to let it bounce out. It's a throw-in right near the near corner flag.
Well, if that's a precursor to what you'll be seeing, you'll be happy if you're Atlanta, where you can partner up Bond and Covington getting forward and causing problems down the right-hand side.
Stood up again. Another throw-in here for Atlanta. It's great work from Covington. Bond. Bond looking for his options. Alvarez. Alvarez tried to flick it back to Bond, but it rolled out of play. It did get a last touch off of an Inter Miami player. Bond. To Tev.
It's got to be a little bit quicker there on the ball if you're Tutev, if you're everybody for Atlanta, because look at the way Miami is trying to close down so quickly.
Loose ball. Headed down was Bond. Covington tried to track it down, now just unable to keep it in play, so it's a throw in here for Inter Miami.
See Atlanta already stepping up the pressure here on this throw-in. They're going to make Miami either throw this super long or play their way out of trouble.
Laurentino. Headed back, Bond. Headed back the other way. Quan chests it down. Bond. Alvarez finds it. Alvarez skips it through, finds Henry, still loose in the box, tries the shot, off the post, and it goes wide.
Goodness gracious. Let's take another look at this one. It's a good ball in. It's good control. Great little touch into the box. First shot goes off the post, and then Andres Alvarez is going to want it back. He's just got to bury that in the back of his head. Can't worry about it now, but just skies it over the crossbar.
Williamson. All the way back out. Trying to win it. It's going to be a foul and a free kick for Inter Miami. Standing over it. He's going to punt it long all the way down. It's headed back into play. Inter Miami on the break. Laurentino on the left. Back out. Padilla feeds it through, headed out. Capitalizes to Inter Miami in the box. And that pass just goes wide and will roll over the touchline. It'll be a goal kick here for Atlanta.
It's a tricky one for Atlanta there because Miami gets the space on the left-hand side, and then he's able to pick his head up and look where he wants to put that to a dangerous spot. Atlanta deals with it well, but it's one of those situations where it's not so much that you want the ball bouncing around the box like that. You don't want that first good look to get into the box in the first place.
Misplaced there. Inter Miami tries the shot, and it will go wide. It was taken away. Montgomery was trying to connect to Quam, but a Miami player was right there to intercept it. Nine minutes into this one, we're still scoreless. Trying to win it back for Atlanta was Henry. Miami. Back on it, feeds it up. Valdez.
Good from Lancaster. And wins a foul. You take that all day long. Good job from a young center back.
Lancaster just steps right in front of Valdez, puts his whole body into it, doesn't let Valdez get to it. Donaldson, Montgomery finds Quam. Quam on the left now. Back out to Quam. Quam creating something, tries to connect to Alvarez, but it just overhits, and Williamson will come out of his box to grab it.
You know, we talked about being able to mentally deal with the moments of this game when you have control. Well, it's also about taking advantage of opportunities when you get them. So Atlanta does need to take advantage of these. They've had a couple really good looks getting into the box. The one long ball, of course, the one that you're going to want back if you're Atlanta with Alvarez, but they've got to take advantage of these chances because it can turn on you so quickly.
Padilla. Mordello. Vizaga. Back out. Miami. Long ball into the box. Bond is going to shield that ball out of play, and it'll be a goal kick here for Atlanta.
Just be the shepherd you're supposed to be in those moments. Let it go out. It's not going to hurt anybody. Take the goal kick and start over. And look, Miami's going to keep that high line, but you can see a little bit of space there between their midfield and their back line. So if you can break that pressure, you're going to have a little bit of time to pick your head up.
Donaldson, long ball. Henry was there. You had Inter Miami who jumped up to clear it. Dearman got a touch to it, launches it out of play. It's a throw in here for the Five Stripes. Trying to run away with it, but it's broken up. Miami tries the attack. Lancaster intercepts it. Out to Quam. Quam. Out to Montgomery on the left. Montgomery tries to make the step. Valdez quick with the turnover. Miami will switch the play. Florentino. Bring it back to his back line. Gromley. Gromley dribbling forward now in the attacking half. We'll switch it to the right. And a sliding challenge. Montgomery comes in. He'll let that ball sneak out. Still a challenge for it. Able to win it. And Miami gets the corner out of it after a great defensive play from Montgomery.
Well, now for Atlanta, you've had your chances. Now you have to weather the storm. It's going to be important for them to just be locked in, not lose that half a second focus.
It's an inner Miami corner kick.
Set up to possibly take this short.
Got the option.
Atlanta a bit zone over the box.
They're going to take it long. In swinger into the box. Donaldson with an easy grab.
He's looking to try and to spring something there, but it wasn't there. It's fine in that moment. He was looking for Alvarez, who was near the top of the box, but if he plays out to Alvarez, it's a low percentage pass in the first place, and there's a really good chance that even if he gets it, there's no one around him. So he's sitting there holding the ball while being flooded, and the ball's coming right back down your throat.
Inter Miami throw. Back the other way. Ball up, looking for Valdez. Valdez is able to chest it down. Long ball up. Donaldson out his line. Has to do a volley. Back in. Quam intercepts that ball from Inter Miami. Driving up the field. Alvarez tries to bring it back, but the flag comes up for offside.
Alvarez trying to ride that line as well as he can, as close as he can. Flag goes up for him there, but good from Atlanta. When they can break that first line, they're able to get Miami running back at their own goal.
Gromley out to Florentino. Florentino driving forward, looks for the shot. It rose right to Donaldson. Looks like he was trying to curve. You had two forwards running up for Miami, just unable to get the right curve that he wanted.
And both teams so far missing that killer final ball as here's Miami stepping up their pressure. Again, if Atlanta can break through this, there's so much space there, but then they got to be careful not get turned over just like that.
But able to win it back is Atlanta. Quam tried to make the break, just couldn't get the right touch. It rolls out for a throw-in for Miami.
And if he can get the touch there, he had Amir Henry breaking down the right, and Amir Henry would be running until he hit the interstate.
Valdez, under pressure, able to escape it. Still loose there. All the way back. Dearmean. Back out. Suarez. It's kicked out by Miami. Throw in for Atlanta. 16 minutes in. It's 0-0.
It's interesting to see how much we see from Josh Kwan, especially, who is playing up as this ball perfectly down the left side.
Henry driving and has options. He's tripped up, still there, still able to hold on. Henry, long ball in, was looking for Covington, falls to Alvarez! A brilliant sequence. Amir Henry makes the run. He's tripped up in the box, still able to find the ball, tries the shot, it deflects, and then it falls right to Andres Alvarez to make it 1-0 for Atlanta.
And take another look at this. I'm not sure if he got tripped or if he tripped over his own feet and or the ball in the moment, but he does such a good job of staying in control at that moment, pulls the ball back, picks his head up, doesn't just fire it randomly into the box trying to find something. He's trying to get it all the way over to Ivory Covington. It's cut out, but Poacher's goal, Alvarez sees the heavy touch, steps on it, opens his hips, fires it in. Atlanta's got a lead.
Tutev. Back to Alvarez.
Oh.
Skips through. Quam. Quam tries it again, but the shot
What
off
a
of
save.
Williams.
That's a great save from Williams. Go take a look at that again if you can. It's played through really nicely. Quan gets to it. It's a good shot. It's such a hard height to get to for the keeper. He's trying to keep himself balanced. Quan hits it low and hard. It's a great job from Williams. Does a great job of just getting low, getting his hand to it, pushing it wide.
So it's a corner here for Atlanta.
So Covington's going to take it, I think. So it'll be an in-swinger.
Covington crosses in, tries the header, was Henry. But it took a deflection, so we'll get another corner. Getting that header was Zach. Jumped up his header, then took a deflection off of a Miami defender. So it's back out. Atlanta will get another try.
Zach's a big body in the middle there. Got to account for him.
Back again. Covington in swinger. Takes it low this time. Miami clears it. But it falls. Montgomery. Montgomery tried to punt it long. Wasn't able to. 1v1 in the moment. Valdez jumping up. Valdez still able to get to it. Valdez.
Whew, Fred
Brought
Bond.
back again.
Fred Bond. Well, first off, Fred Bond is in a 1v1 and has to win that header cleanly, and he does. Then he has to, as he slowed up the attack, get back into defense, and is able to do so, knock it away, then make the sliding tackle to kill it off. That's a great job from Fred Bond in a really stressful situation.
Ball back to Gromley. White. All the way back to Williams. Williams. Long ball. Tries to settle it, but Miami was in an offside position.
Honestly, you'll take that if you're Miami too, because, yeah, he's offside, but play stops right there. Otherwise, the ball's going right back at them as they're starting to get stressed out. So you're fine with that. Oh, nicely done.
Trying to flick it back. That was Alvarez.
Yeah, Alvarez makes the run, comes back to it, and he and Ivory Covington are on the same page. As he's coming back to that, he's going to flick it over the top as Covington is just basically dropping it into fourth gear and taking off.
You've such a dangerous front line between Henry, Alvarez, and Covington for Atlanta. Miami dribbling through the midfield. We'll switch it to the right. Miami. Gromley comes forward, but the flag comes up once again. Gromley in an offside position.
It's good from Atlanta pinning them on the right-hand side. You don't really want to let them have that free cross to the left-hand side, though, and to unbalance you. So often you'll see that progress into a dangerous opportunity, and it's not thinking, what could I have done differently in the box? What could I have differently to stop the assist? You don't want to give them that free switch of play to really give themselves numbers.
Miami wins it right back from Atlanta. Quam. Another touch. It falls back to Quam. But a foul was committed by Atlanta. This will be a free kick here in Miami's attacking half.
See how Miami wants to deal with this. It's kind of a tricky distance. I mean, obviously you're not going to shoot from here, but you could drop it onto the bodies at the top of the box if you wanted to. You could try and use the wind here because the wind is really tricky.
Free kick in. Donaldson comes forward, volleys it. That was the back line. Lancaster now on the break. Finds Alvarez. Alvarez skipping through. Alvarez still skipping through, beating defenders. Sliding tackle from Miami. Great defending to track all the way back from the attack to stop Atlanta and Alvarez.
That's DePaula with a great job getting back in the attack because at that point, Alvarez is doing solemns, trying to turn his man and see if he can get him committing one way until he can take off. DePaula, in that situation where it's a break for Atlanta, busts his tail to get back and make the tackle and break things up. Everybody's got to defend in those moments. Fantastic for Miami's midfield.
Atlanta will switch the play. Fred Bond. Covington. Covington dropping back. Back to his Zach. Donaldson comes out of his box. He'll clear it. Headed down. Atlanta intercepts it. To Tev. Quan. Quan out to Henry on the left. Henry. Back out Montgomery. Montgomery tries the shot. It deflects off of a Miami defender. Miami have possession. Back the other way. Miami will bring it back. Laurentino, Gromley. Back out to White. White, long ball over the top. Isaac heads it down. Quam, Isaac. To Tev. Finds Montgomery. Montgomery to Henry, back to Montgomery. Montgomery dribbling forward. Tried to slip it through. It took a deflection. Now it's back to Miami. Florentino.
And those little combinations from Atlanta can be so dangerous in those moments, because as they're trying to break through Miami's pressure, those little 1-2 moments, they were able to find a little bit of space, even if it's not like a dead-on scoring opportunity. Speaking of scoring opportunities, here's Miami.
It's a foul on Inter Miami. Moradell was trying to win that ball back from Atlanta. You had a Zach right there with them.
Yeah, nothing bad there from Moradell. Zach does just a good job of putting his body in the way, and he's trying to get through him, and he's not able to do it. Not anything more than that. But if Atlanta can keep working on those combinations to the midfield, even if it's not a bona fide scoring opportunity, they're able to find a little bit of space to breathe. They can pick their head up and try and find something getting forward.
Foul on Bond. Free kick for Miami. Florentino. Gromley. Out to White. White thought about playing up to the right, switches his back to Gromley. Gromley dribbling into the midfield now. Takes a touch, now on to the right for Miami. Chips it back the other way. Trying to win it. Driving it back out to the right. Padilla. Padilla
Good
driving
strength.
in. Great stop by Atlanta. Now on the counter. Feeds it
Ooh,
through.
what a ball.
Alvarez gets the touch. Alvarez, 1v1. Alvarez, but Williams with another great stop.
That's a low, hard shot from Alvarez. Williams makes himself big, gets enough of it, and then smothers it to not let it become a problem. And now Atlanta's got to be locked in defensively.
Ball goes over Montgomery, but he's able to get there. Valdez right on him. Padilla. Padilla into the box. Jenna gets the header.
Hydration break.
We'll take a quick hydration break. As mentioned, it definitely got a little hotter. So we'll take another look at that play.
Well, it's a good tackle. It's just good shoulder to shoulder, but then a good outside of the foot. Get to Alvarez. Puts it in the direction of Williams on that shot, but Williams still has work to do on it, and you don't take anything away from a goalkeeper for knocking that down, getting his paws on it, and not letting it go anywhere. It's been big so far, Miami, who haven't really been able to find their footing in the attack. So you've relied on your goalkeeper. He's made now 2 really big saves. Yes, you've let one get through, but he's also kept you in the match.
Atlanta leads Miami 1-0. Thanks to Andres Alvarez in the 16th minute.
One thing I'll be interested to watch going forward for Atlanta is going to see how they're defending the front line, or the back line, as a front line against Miami's back line, what Miami's trying to build out. It's not that really dissimilar from what we saw from Luis Suarez when Miami was playing Atlanta in the first team. where Atlanta's able to really deny them playing through the midfield, basically daring those center backs to carry the ball forward, not letting them play the ball through the 6, not letting the 8 drop back and become a passing option. So if you want to build up, you're going to do it out here, or you're going to provoke the defense yourself.
Hydration break for both teams. As we mentioned before, now up in the 80s.
Yeah. Yeah, now it's starting to feel like summer, but also both of these teams are generally going to be okay with that. This isn't like we're bringing Minnesota down here or, you know, one of the New York teams down here. This is Miami, where that's winter. They're used to this. They're used to the humidity too. And it's Atlanta. Like, yeah, you've had like a pretty chill spring so far. It's the first really day or two where it's been warm. It'll wear on you as you go, but they've grown up in this. They'll be fine.
You also have the wind as well.
The wind's going to be the fun part because you're going to see a couple of those free kicks like we saw. The Miami had that free kick in the attacking half. It's one of those that it was a good free kick that Florentino got to at the same time as Donaldson and almost won it off Donaldson's hand. It created a dangerous chance. But right there, you see it. The wind's going to carry that ball just a bit. It might get knocked down or it might carry a little bit more than you're expecting.
A harsh collision there.
You see a card now. Maybe, maybe not.
Looks like ref just had a talking to.
Yeah, I thought he was going to reach to his pocket for Quan, but chose not to.
Atlanta leads Miami 1-0 here at the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground. We'll take another look at it.
He just stands in the way and stonewalls him and it's thigh to thigh. That's a talking to there for sure of, hey, you're not on a card yet, but you're in my sights, and you need to be careful of what you're doing going forward.
Possession back towards Miami, but after a couple of misplays, turnover goes to Atlanta. Covington, Miami able to get players back. Covington on the right. Covington now pinned into that corner. Covington able to get out of it, finds Bond. Bond chips it through. Alvarez skipping through.
Penalty.
Tripped up.
No, I thought he pointed to the spot. I apologize.
It looked like he did, but the challenge was outside of the box, so it'll be a free kick, inches away.
Well, I was going to say, I thought he pointed to the spot, and I was going to disagree with it because I thought, yeah, you see it. The tackle's on the outside the box. So he's pointed to it. I thought he was going to give a penalty, and was going to disagree with it. You'll take that free kick, though, if you're Atlanta.
And it was not Alvarez. It was Quan who won the foul for Atlanta.
Really impressive from the kid who's playing up a year.
It shows a testament to what Atlanta United's academy has done, especially allowing these players to come forward. Quan floats to him. Williams jumping in the air to grab it.
It's a good read from Williams. Very loud. We were able to hear him loud and clear up here. He read it well, was loud, got big, pulled it down. Just textbook stuff, man.
Florentino on the left. Florentino driving up the field. He'll be pulled back. Gromley. Alvarez right on him. He'll pass it back to Williams. Williams. Long ball over to the right. Padilla. Jenna. Back out. Long ball in, trying to find Valdez, and it finds the hands of Donaldson.
Feeling good about that if you're Miami, though, because you're able to get on the wrong side of Fred Bond. Yeah, you want to be able to turn that header a little bit, but it's such close range. Donaldson's able to get his hands to it. No real trouble. And now Donaldson slowing things down here a bit, and I don't hate that from Donaldson because Miami's feeling good right now. Take a little air out of the ball.
Atlanta.
It's in a no man's land.
Quam let that ball roll to Montgomery. Montgomery finds Henry. Henry driving into the box. Henry out, finds Quam. Quam! Another play created by Amir Henry. Drives into the box, finds Joshua Quam right at the top of the 18, and he sees that he has an opening, and he takes it. 2-0 Atlanta.
I was taking another look at this. What makes it so impressive is the positional gravity that Amir Henry creates. Henry is just kind of dribbling, getting to the edge of the box, starts sucking it. A second defender, and what that second defender does is when that second defender comes from the middle of the box to provide support, Quan's able to pick his head up quickly. Amir Henry's able to pick his head up quickly, find Quan at the top of the box. Quan's able to take a touch, get it settled, put it in the back of the net. 2-0 to Atlanta.
Florentino, long ball, find Valdez, but the flag came up for offside.
You got 15 minutes left before halftime if you're Atlanta, and you'd love to get a third one here. Really feel like you could kill this off in the process. You're going to have to be careful here because that moment over the top to Valdez is a warning shot. Valdez is more than capable of getting forward and being a problem there. He's offside, and they've been offside a couple times, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with being offside in those moments because you're pushing the line. You're trying to time it perfectly so you get a clean run in.
Montgomery thought he kept it in play. Throw in Miami. White passes it back to Williams. Long ball headed down by Atlanta. Finds Quam. Was trying to connect to Covington, not on the same page. Florentino read it. Rolls back to Williams. Brought down. Quam. Amir Henry. Henry dribbling through under pressure. Able to come away with it was Miami. Miami now with the break. Moradell.
It's really good for Lancaster, shielding him off. Let Donaldson come and get it.
Moradell trying to make a play on the right side. Throw in here for Atlanta. Elijah Montgomery. Directing traffic, Amir. Montgomery connects to Alvarez. Quam is trying the one touch to Covington, but it's intercepted. Florentino. Through ball up top. Jenna. Jenna driving into the box. Jenna with the shot. Kick save Donaldson.
Not sure if that ball's going inside the far post or not, but Donaldson doesn't take a chance with it. Good kick save. Take another look at it. Lancaster's trying to keep pace with him, but it's tricky for Lancaster in that moment. Because he's trying to keep pace, but you can't just put the gas down. They played this short.
Ross floats into the box. Trying to head it out, skipping through. Able to win back possession is Miami. Padilla. Padilla switches it. Izaga tries to float it in. It deflects off of Lancaster. Moradell holds on to it for Miami. Dearmean. White. Dearmean. Rolls out of play. Last came off of Henry. It's a throw-in for Miami. Throws it out. White. White driving forward. He stood up, has the ball taken from him. Back the other way, Atlanta. Rolls it out. Finds Quan. Back out. Elijah Montgomery. His pass intercepted. Trying to play the one touch back to Miami. Atlanta's able to intercept it. Lancaster rolls it all the way back to Donaldson.
A little miscommunication. He thought Bond was going to drop back further, be an option. It's not where you want to give it away, but you'll have time, of course, because you don't have ball boys who are standing there at the ready. Atlanta can kind of reset their defense a bit. A lot of hustle from Josh Quan, because Quan had gotten up into the attack and had to come back and was trying to be an option in the middle in case he was needed.
Zach clears that ball out into the stands. Florentino, long throw. Miami chests it down, but Atlanta is able to capitalize on the break. Was trying to find Suarez.
It's good sweeping from White.
Throw in Atlanta. Quan. Tutev. Finds Montgomery on the left. Montgomery to Henry. Henry back to Montgomery, making the run. Montgomery tried the cross, had Alvarez there, but Williams was reading that perfectly. Quan gets ahead to it. Padilla back to Gromley. Gromley, he's brought down by Alvarez. It'll be a free kick here.
You got about 7 minutes left before halftime. You got to lock down if you're Atlanta, and you got to be careful if you're Miami. You're looking for that goal to get you back into this, but Miami gets so aggressive getting forward that there's going to be space for Atlanta to really stretch them out and make them pay if they turn it over like that.
Quan. Alvarez finds Suarez. Suarez tries the top corner of the goal, but it floats just over it.
We're also getting to that part where it is warm out here, and it's been almost 40 minutes of playing. Those legs going to feel a little bit heavy. You want a little bit of a break. It's not to say anybody's out of shape, but you're starting to feel the sun a bit. You feel the running a bit. Tries to bring that down, just unable to do so. It's good patience. He's actually, I think he's looking for Covington. Suarez pulls it down, almost puts that in the top corner.
Miami taking it quickly. Florentino connects out onto the left. Valdez floats it in.
It's a good
able
look.
to chest it down, and there it is! Miami cuts the lead in half, 2-1.
Well, it's a good ball in. It's a great job of chesting that, bringing it down. And Jefferson Moradell, take a bow, man.
But that all starts from that cross into the box from Valdez. It's a beautiful ball to connect to Moradell. And then Moradell takes one touch and then with the volley, launches it in the top right corner of the goal. It's 2-1. Atlanta leads. Back the other way. Covington tried the cross. It deflects. Bond pinned in the corner. A little bit of pushing and shoving.
Yeah, we saw that the first game, though. We saw a lot of pushing and shoving, a lot of fighting. And you see those individual battles start ratcheting up, especially as the intensity picks up.
Bond. Quan dribbling through the space. Quan still there, brought down, taken away by Miami.
One too many gates through that slalom for Quan.
Lancaster heads it back. Back the other way. Padilla finds Valdez. Valdez making the run. Valdez back to Padilla. Padilla was trying to find Moradell as he was driving in at the top of the box. It's taken away by Atlanta.
It's been the Josh Quan show so often in the middle of the field. That was him dropping back, cutting out that pass at the top of the 18.
Great pressure from Alvarez. Wins the throw-in for Atlanta. Tutev. Quan. Back to Donaldson. Donaldson launches it from outside his box.
Ooh, what a touch from Montgomery.
Oof.
That's a hard one to bring down.
Montgomery's also been really impressive in this game for Atlanta United. Miami in possession. Florentino. Padilla. Padilla cutting inside. He'll switch the play. It's taken away by Henry, but there was a handball as Henry was trying to bring it down. So it's a free kick here for Miami.
Yeah, nothing malicious there if you're Henry. He's tracking back, doing a good job of trying to track back and cut out that ball to going all the way across. As he does so, catches his foot, hops up into his arm. Nothing you really do about it now except lock in defensively as we're in the 43rd minute, excuse me. The last thing you want to do if you're Atlanta is give up a goal here and lose that 2-0 advantage you have built for this half. It's a tricky distance for a U-16. There are guys who can absolutely do it, but especially with this wind, weird things can happen. You put your laces to this ball.
Free kick just a couple yards outside the 18. With the left foot. Delivers it low, looking for goal. Donaldson's right there, tracks it all the way. Throws it out immediately, trying to create the break for Atlanta. Henry on the left. Finds Suarez. Suarez chips it back out to Henry. Henry bringing in, still loose, but it goes wide of the goal. What a sequence from Atlanta United to try and make it 3-1.
It's the second time you've had the keeper out of the net and you have put it onto the berm, unfortunately, for Atlanta. Just so unselfish from Henry to lay that off, and Covington just unable to keep it down as the ball's bouncing just a little bit. Goes over the crossbar, and if you're Atlanta, you feel like you could have 4 or more right now.
A little bit of delay of that free kick.
Hey, you take that. That's just being smart. Good read from Donaldson. That's being smart. They're trying to take that free kick quickly. You don't let them do it. You stand over that free kick. If they've got advantage, if you've got numbers advantage, you don't let them take it quickly.
Izaga brought down, ball over top. Alvarez with the header. The flag comes up as Alvarez was in an offside position.
That was very close. Again, Alvarez, both teams have had you could fill a pill bottle with the offsides they've had in this first half. For both teams, they've run that line. Alvarez, I was trying to keep an eye on him. If he was off, he was just barely off in that moment. It's a great ball to him as well. And it would have been one of those fun, rare headers from outside the box that scores.
Switches the play. Florentino. Valdez tripped up, brought down. Valdez was underneath the legs of Isaac.
Just went the groundhog style. Went through Isaac's legs. 4 minutes of stoppage time. Referee just yelled and held up 4 fingers at us. Assuming that's what that was. He might be starting a new 4 Horsemen stable. I don't know. I don't know him that well.
I believe it was for 4 minutes of stoppage time.
He should still start a new stable.
Atlanta. Henry under pressure.
Dearman is just so good. Because if you're Henry, we know what he can do. We know how aggressive he can be and how dangerous he can be in the attack. He's contributed to 2 goals today. Atlanta forces a corner. But, man, in that moment, that's such good strength from Dearman to just knock him off the ball, force a throw, and then, Atlanta's able to pressure it back into a corner. But, give him a round of applause for that moment defensively.
It's going to be Santi Suarez to take the corner, won the corner for Atlanta. It's going to be an in-swinger here on the far corner flag.
There's a line of bodies near the spot for Atlanta.
Suarez curls it in with the header. Covington, it's blocked by Williams. Still loose in the box. Headed out. Montgomery. Amir tries the flick header, but it goes wide.
Well, Williams is racking up saves and kind of in that way that make you nervous sometimes. As we take another look at this, it's a really good corner. It's placed to the side. It's not even at Williams. He's got to react quickly. He does a great job of reacting quickly. It was a push that, not even just push it right back to the middle. He pushes it out wide.
Covington wins it back. Alvarez skipping through. Alvarez still there. It rolls to Williams.
Good defensive, emergency defending for Miami, who have just put themselves in some dangerous situations. Now Atlanta's got to be turned on getting back the other way.
Back the other way quickly. Florentino tried to create something quick for Miami. Izaga looked for the shot. Montgomery put enough pressure on him. Atlanta back with possession. Henry. Montgomery. Ball taken from him. It rolls out. Will be a throw-in for Miami. Is looking for Jenna. Lancaster shields it to let Donaldson launch it wide. And that is going to do it for the first half here at the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Training Ground. Atlanta leads 2-1 to Miami. Jared, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking for Atlanta, you feel like you left a lot out there, and some of that isn't even what you left out there. It's what Williams took away from you in goal. Williams had 3 fantastic saves in this first half, but Atlanta also missed open net a couple times. You let Miami hang around, and for Atlanta, you have to buckle down mentally and know that, hey, we were better in the first half. We're going to have to carry that into the second half because all it takes is one weird bounce for Miami, and they're going to be right back in this game, and then you're going to feel like all the work you did was for nothing. You have to buckle down defensively, buckle down mentally, and deal with this heat kicking up.
A back-and-forth game so far. Would expect nothing less from a matchup between Atlanta United versus Inter Miami CF. Atlanta leads 2-1 here at the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Training Ground. We'll be right back here on ATL UTD.com/live. Stay with us.
the left side.
Henry. Welcome back to the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground as Atlanta United leads Inter Miami 2-1 here for the U-16s. I'm Madison Cruz. Alongside, joined with me, is Jarrett Smith. Let's go ahead and recap everything that happened in that first half. It started in the 16th minute. Andres Alvarez put Atlanta United in the lead.
We see Amir Henry loses his footing, is able to get it back, win the ball, doesn't panic, tries to switch play completely over Ivory Covington. It gets cut out, falls to Alvarez, and he's able to put it in the back of the net.
Second goal here, Henry lays it off to Ignacio Suarez, who is in the box, is able to bring Atlanta, makes it 2-0. And then quickly, Valdez delivers a beautiful ball into Moradel, who's able to chip it into the right corner to make it 2-1. And that is where we stand. And I mentioned that second goal. It went to Ignacio Suarez. Got our numbers a little confused, especially at the very beginning, so we apologize for that. But number 56 is Ignacio Suarez, and number 76 is Josh Kwan.
Well, there's also the Suarez conundrum because there is a Santiago Suarez as well. Santi wears 84. It was a little confusing on the sheet as well. But take nothing away from Ignacio Suarez because in that moment, we talked about it, it's such a good job of positional gravity by Amir Henry to just, as he's dribbling, you force the defenders to react first. And when the defense reacts and starts just crashing on him, he's able to play that ball over. Ignacio Suarez doesn't just crash into the near post trying to make something happen. He sees where the vacant spot on the defense is, floats to where it is able to get it, has time to take a touch, compose himself, and it's a picture-perfect finish.
It's also just such great awareness. You have Henry, who does such a great job of balancing when he needs to make the play himself and when he needs to lay it off for the next. And Ignacio Suarez in the right place, right time. He picks where he wants to go, and he goes there, and he's able to beat Williams to make it 2-0.
And it's going to be up to Atlanta to keep doing that because Williams has been up for the task all day long. Levi Williams is a Trinidad and Tobago Youth International, and there's a reason for that. We saw it in that first half. He made 2 or 3 outstanding saves at one point. I believe it's Josh Kwan. Tries to pull the trigger from the edge of the box, a low, hard shot. Low to Williams' left. Williams is able to get down and deflect it out. Later on, Atlanta gets a really good look off of a corner, and Williams has to make a lunging parry to push the ball away. Could have been more for Atlanta coming into the second half with a bigger lead, but they don't have it. And the bottom line is now, if you're Atlanta, you've got to lock down. You've got to be good defensively because you've seen those moments of brilliance from Miami. You know they're going to get forward, so you know you're going to have space. And we've seen a lot of that where if Miami wasn't clean on the ball and they turn the ball over, they get so stretched out and those gaps between the lines are so intense that Atlanta was able to find running room.
What would be, going into the second half, what is your advice? What are the coaches saying to both of these sides, especially trying to come in and get back into the match for Miami, and then Atlanta trying to hold on to the lead for the next 45?
Well, I think it's Miami. I think you saw it. You had a moment of brilliance that you were able to create, and you put yourself right back in the match where it's 2-1 now. You get another opportunity like that. If you do your job, you're back square, and nothing else that happens matters. The next 45 minutes is all that matters right now if you're Miami. And, yeah, you're going to take risks getting forward. but you take those risks knowing that you have the quality up top to try and make something happen. And if you're Atlanta, I think it's so much of it is stopping that ball into the box and stopping those switches. We saw Atlanta trying to cut out those early switches. We talked about it, Maddie, that, yeah, and when you see a goal like that, you're thinking, okay, what can I have done differently in the box? What can I have done differently to stop that cross? Take it a step further. What can I do differently to keep them from playing that huge switch that shifts the entire focus of the play to the other side of the field where they have an advantage, be it numbers or skill? And it's going to be important for Atlanta to cut that out and not let Miami get comfortable and then switch play into dangerous opportunities.
As both teams walking back out onto the pitch. It'll be a test for Atlanta, trying to hold off the attack of Inter Miami. What they have been able to do. We've seen it in the U-16s, U-18s, second team, and first team. The way that they play, they're so dynamic on the offense that you have to watch out and be on the front foot and make sure you have numbers back, because once they get the opportunity to attack, you got to have numbers.
We do, and you're going to see it with both teams. We saw it, I thought, with Miami. You saw it a lot with Rondell White, number 4, where he was having to play basically as a sweeper at times. And for Atlanta, you're going to see it with Lancaster doing that a lot as well, as Isaac is able to get forward at times, and not to say your center back's going to go bombing in an insane fashion, but you're going to have those moments where you're going to have to sweep. We saw that with Fred Bond, where you got in a 1v1 where Fred Bond had to head a ball away to break up an attack, then get up after falling down, with the attacker fell down too, and get involved immediately and get locked in to make a tackle. So, yeah, you're going to be forced into those 1v1 moments, and you have to get it right.
Alvarez and Suarez standing over. Suarez kicks it back to Lancaster, and let's kick it for another 45 here at the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground. Miami quickly back with possession. One back, Mordell. White. Good pressure from Suarez. Kwan wins it back, driving towards the box. Kwan tries the shot, deflects off the back of White. Montgomery.
It's good bravery from White. He's going to have a soccer ball-sized mark later, but it feels a little bit better when you stop what could have been a dangerous opportunity.
Lancaster tried to feed it to Suarez. Jenna tries the shot. It deflects off the leg of Lancaster.
It's not a good ball from Lancaster in the first place. He's trying to get the ball up through the midfield, misreads that, but then gets back defensively, doesn't overcommit, blocks that out for a throw. And you look at the way Miami gets shaped getting forward here. If they're not clean, more chances for Atlanta going the other way.
Bizaga able to win the corner kick here for Miami. He's going to let Moradell take this one. But you do have Bizaga standing right there to his left. Gonna play it long. Moradell into the box. No one there as it bounces out of play. And it'll be a goal kick here for Atlanta.
It's a crisis averted for Atlanta early on. You know Miami was going to come out, try and push in those first 5-10 minutes, seeing if they could just blitz you and find something to even this game up.
Donaldson. Long ball forward. Covington tried to head it back, but Miami's back line is there to collect. Williams. Launch it way out of play.
And you look at the flags and you'll see why. Donaldson took his goal kick into the wind. That thing got to the midline and dropped like it hit a wall. Whereas Williams is kicking his into the wind, and that thing just took off. It's not going to be the be-all, end-all, but you're going to have to be careful with the wind when you're taking these goal kicks.
Henry at center field. He connects. Covington Covington on the right, tracks it down. Ivory Covington. Under pressure, under a lot of pressure, holds on.
Well, either win out or as a foul. Now we're going to get a sub for Atlanta.
Demola Brown. He will check into the match. Josh Kwan had a great match in the first half. Really a facilitator in the midfield. Loose. Miami still trying to clear it. White finally does. It was a foot race between Zach and Valdez.
Interested to see how Brown fits into this midfield. You talked about it. The Josh Kwan was playing up a year. Usually plays with the U-15s. Really impressive today. Gonna feel like he got robbed of a goal at one point with Williams making a fantastic save on him, but he was really playing in a box-to-box manner, especially with Totep dropping really and helping protect that back line and being a safety valve. So it's a good 45 plus from Kwan. Hopefully he's good to go, and now Brown getting his first touch in.
Rolls out, it's going to be a throw-in for Miami. Atlanta got a touch to it, but it was a handball off of Miami, and it will be a free kick here for Atlanta.
It's one of those weird ones where the ball just jumps up and grabs your arm.
Tutev. Brown. Montgomery tried to feed it up. It's taken away by Miami. The captain. Dearmine. Montgomery. Jenna right there. Donaldson. Lancaster. Finds Brown. Brown driving forward. He stood up.
It's a good no call from the official. Let it play on. You got to stay locked in if you're Atlanta.
Jenna. Connects out. Bizaga. Dearmine. It rolls back to Miami. The captain, Dearmine. Bizaga tried to feed it up to his captain, but it's taken away. Henry didn't settle it. White comes in, headed out. Still loose there for Miami, trying to capitalize. Padilla. Florentino, headed out by Isaac. Skipping through, wins it right back for Miami.
Alvarez dropping back, trying to help defend now. Atlanta's got to get their foot on the ball when they do.
De Paula, he stood up, driving through. Great challenge from White. Back
White.
The other way.
Yeah, White comes flying in there, takes that off because it's a 3-on-3 if he doesn't win that.
Back to the back line, White. Just trying to switch the play. De Paula.
You don't hate that if you're Miami right now, because what you've done is pinned Atlanta into a deep throw where Miami can step up and you see them already. You're going to condense the field. You're going to throw this into the wind. Miami can make it really messy for you. It'll be Fred Bond taking this throw.
Bond looking for Covington. Suarez launches it wide. Alvarez putting on the gas. Tries to challenge Williams. Williams unfazed. Bromley. White. He'll go back to his goalkeeper.
You hear the calls from Atlanta's coaching staff. Tell them to creep. Get forward.
Florentino switches to play. Bizaga Bizaga cross into the box. The wind might have carried that one out of play. It'll be a goal kick for Atlanta.
It was really good from Atlanta where they were able to get out of trouble. They tightrope walked along the line. But as they're able to try and force Miami in and get some pressure on them, it's just a little heavy touch from Tota that it doesn't let you maintain possession, and then it starts going the other way. This game's just going to stretch more and more like saltwater taffy as it goes along.
White. Using some acrobatics to flick it back, but Atlanta still holds on to possession. Tutev in the middle. Henry out to Brown. Brown finds Montgomery. Montgomery on the left. Montgomery, low cross in. You had Alvarez there. Montgomery wins it right back in the box. Another great save, Williams, and it's going to be a corner for Atlanta.
If Williams doesn't get to that, I believe Ignacio's on the back post just waiting to slam that home. Or excuse me, Ignacio was there.
Taking one more look at the play. Montgomery making the run.
It's a good ball in from Montgomery, but then it's just being aggressive from Montgomery. You know, Dearman's waiting on that ball, and Montgomery just steps in front of it. He just wants it more, takes it in that moment, and then fires that thing low across. Williams does a good job with it because, like I said, if Williams doesn't get to it, it slams home.
Suarez floats it in loose. Ball Williams way out of his line, and there it is. He's a playmaker and he's a goal scorer. Amir Henry heads it into the back of the net, makes it 3-1 for Atlanta.
We take another look at it right here, and Williams is going to come for this, and he's just going to keep coming for it. He doesn't get it on the back post. I believe it was Brown on the back post. Just heads it straight up in the air, back towards the middle of the box. And Amir Henry's just going to win that vertical challenge so often because we've seen him today. He just jumps out of the gym. Right there, he's able to get the vertical, and at that point, you're just high-pointing the ball and turning it. Atlanta's got a 3-1 lead, Maddie.
It's a good connection. It's a misplay from Williams. He's diving out, thinking he can get the punch. Brown is able to head it to Henry. And just like that.
I'll start putting in a dollar in the jar every time I mention the wind. But I'm going to mention the wind again there because, well, I'll hold off. Atlanta in the attack again.
Brown, top of the 18. His shot rolls right into the hands of Williams.
But with the way the wind is blowing and the wind picks up as that ball leaves his foot, it's getting pushed away from the goal mouth. And I wonder if Williams thought he was going to be able to get to it and the ball just sailed on him and kept going and going.
Trying to make the play, Valdez in an offside position.
And once Williams had committed to the act, he's got to go. Once he's started to go, you can't get out there and stop. Because you're just sitting there in no man's land. You're not doing anyone any good. You're not guarding your goal. You're not going out and contesting. He's got to go for it. And I wonder if the wind pushed it just a little bit out of his reach. Atlanta. A long goal kick and a dangerous moment right there.
Williams. Lancaster.
It was Alvarez a minute ago on that long goal kick. Alvarez, I don't know how much Williams do about it. Alvarez almost took it off of his hands.
There's a late shove there on Henry. Ref says play on. Lancaster.
Good tracking from Lancaster. And you're booting that out right there for Tota because there is an injury. Zach.
So watch it again.
He just goes down. It looks like it might just be a cramp. But he's still kind of favoring it a little bit. Miami throws it back in. Miami's back on the attack, Maddie.
Dearman was trying to find Valdez, making the run.
Donaldson got up and decided he was going to ask if Valdez wanted to make something of it, and Valdez didn't really want to, and I think Donaldson made a little bit much of going down in the first place. Valdez gave him a little bit of a bump. Donaldson was ready to go, and now we're going to get a
triple sub.
subs. How many subs would you like to make? Yes.
Oh boy. 3 subs coming in for Miami. Sebastian Ramirez. He will check in. And we'll get those other 2 players as they get more involved into the game for Miami.
We just run. We don't have a sub board.
Back on it. A battle for the ball, still holding on. Miami able to do so in an arm grab. Driving forward, Donaldson tried the kick save, but Zach was right there stopping the attack for Miami.
We might go back and give a card to Totev here or a conversation because he basically attempted the Virginia reel. I guess not. I thought he was going to go back and give him one. The referee did a fantastic job of playing advantage in that moment as they're jockeying. But Totev had hooked his partner and was going for a full do-si-do. Great job by the ref to play advantage. And then Atlanta's able to survive for now.
Cross in. White got ahead to it. Wasn't able to place it where he wanted it to. So it's a goal kick for Atlanta.
We talked about it with White a minute ago about getting stuck in no man's land. Donaldson kind of got stuck in no man's land in that situation, but his defense did a great job of picking him up. Got a foot in, took the fire out of that ball, and was able to eventually clear it out for a corner that Atlanta dealt with. Such an important moment. You just got to pick each other up. It's so smart right there. And we talked about what Atlanta did earlier. Miami does there, and then Atlanta wants to take that free kick quickly. Miami stands over it, doesn't let him take it quickly. It's smart because you have Alvarez making the run through the midfield. Alvarez was taken off and was just going to basically run a go route right through the middle of the defense. Could have just played that ball long to him.
Totev slips. Miami able to capitalize on the counter. Valdez driving through Lancaster. It's a goal kick here for Atlanta. Great work from Lancaster to force Miami to make that play and get it out over the end line.
Yeah, Lancaster, he wins that as he's trying to kick it back across his body. You hear that double tap. It's coming off Lancaster, then coming off the attacker.
Montgomery driving through Alvarez. Brownie up there. Henry trying to get to it, but he will be offside.
More subs coming for Atlanta.
Two substitutions.
So that's going to be Montgomery's last action of the day.
Elijah Montgomery out. Christian Williams will check into the match. It'll be Ivory Covington. He will check out, and Alex Lee will check in. Allerton Mendez for Inter Miami also checked in. He will be playing the number 7. Feeding it through, trying to connect to Mendez. It's great shielding from Lancaster. Feeds it to Donaldson, who dives down to grab it.
It's good strength, and it's Lancaster. He's been forced into it. We talked about it coming out of halftime, Maddie, how important it was going to be to win those 1v1 battles because you're going to be forced into them defensively. So far, Lancaster's won his.
Alvarez putting pressure on the back line for Miami.
It's just a risky moment there. Letting that ball bounce. White survives, but letting that ball bounce and letting Alvarez get all over him was a risky moment. Now Atlanta's back on the attack.
Lee, his first touch of the game. Back the other way. Bond. He's pushed from behind. Inter Miami is able to win back possession. Other way, great ball up top. Mendez, but the flag comes up.
Mendez just not able to hold his run. He almost timed it perfectly. That was very close, and now
It's Zach.
still down. He's taking another look here. He's making that run. The ball just comes a fraction of a second too late. Trying to get his Zach stretched out.
We will get a substitution prepared for Atlanta. He will be waiting to come on. Zach is going to continue for right now. Suarez is Zach. Back to Donaldson. Donaldson out to the left to Lancaster. Lancaster, Williams. It's brought out. It's going to be a throw-in for Miami. Mendez. Into the box, Miami. Tripped up, and it's a goal kick. It's great work from Lancaster. Putting pressure on Miami, not allowing him to make the cutback. It'll be a goal kick. For Inter Miami, that was number 30. There is not a number 30 on their roster.
Yeah, sometimes it's going off vibes. A lot of times you get guys called up. For instance, Josh Kwan's not on the U-16 roster. He's a call-up for Atlanta. So a lot of times you get guys called up for the weekend. They might not show up on the roster. So we'll do the best we can to find out who is who as changes get made.
That ball comes back. Is Zach. He wins the throw-in. You have two substitutions for Atlanta. One of them will be Tristan Lee. And the other one will be Jelani. Don't have a last name.
He'll be coming in for Isaac.
Zach stretching out. We saw that earlier in the second half. Ignacio Suarez. He will check out of the game. Great work, a goal on the day for Ignacio Suarez. Miami, opportunity. Totev heads it out. Feeds it through. Brownie. Brownie to Henry. Henry on the left. Henry back to Brownie. Great sequence from them. Brownie has the ball stripped from him. Miami. One-touch play there. The ball falls to White. Laurentino. Back out, Miami. Dearmean. Mendez. Mendez tries it. It does. Lancaster does enough. Wins the goal kick for Atlanta.
At that point, you're just trying to survive your Atlanta. You're just trying to push them off, keep them away from causing too much trouble for you. It can be a little bit tricky. You're going to have to weather, and you're going to have to suffer at times. And that's part of your development, is getting in these situations where everything's going well. You're still going to have to suffer because Miami is going to play with pride. They're going to push you, and they can punish you. You're going to have to just fight.
Battling. Back the other way, Alvarez. Flag came up. Another offside. So it's going to go back to Miami. 68th minute. Atlanta leads Miami 3-1. Tried to make a play on the right. It rolls over the touchline. It's a throw-in for Atlanta. Williams. Brownie. Brownie was looking to connect to Lee, but overhit that as it bounces to Williams.
Atlanta's still trying to creep up here a little bit with pressure. You don't want to let Miami just walk into the attacking half, so you gotta have some sort of pressure on the ball.
Dearman. Miami on the right. Low cross and headed out. Henry. Feeds it to the right. Cutting in. Lee. Back to Henry. Henry now on the right side. Henry still holding on. It's a throw in here for Atlanta in their attacking half. Alex Lee. Throw in. Miami able to win back possession. Taking the opportunity to try to get forward. Badia. Badia thought he had kept it in, but it's a throw in here for Atlanta. As we'll take a break here for a hydration.
We're going to get a sub too. Matthew Moreau is going to come in for Miami. Hydration break's always fun down here though, because it's that unofficial timeout. It's that unofficial strategy moment where if you're the kind of coach with the whiteboard, you can pull out the whiteboard. You can look at what you've been seeing so far in the game and try to adjust to what you've been seeing. And say, okay, we've got, right now it's the 70th minute, you've got 20 minutes left plus stoppage time.
You'll get stoppage time added on. We'll get stoppage time added on for the hydration break.
Yeah.
But while we're here, let's go ahead and recap all the goals. All 4 goals on the day so far. We'll start with Alvarez.
We take a look here, and it's Amir Henry who's been, been your star of the show so far. He tries to cross that over to Covington. It gets blocked. But Alvarez is there to collect it. Take a look at the second one once again. It's Amir Henry just pulling in all of the gravity, pulling in the defenders, creating the space. Ignacio Suarez able to put it away and get a well-deserved goal. Atlanta finally trying to break through Williams, who had been fantastic on the day. And then, of course, you get the absolutely insane goal from Moradell, where he's able to bring it down off his chest, turn, volley into the corner. Not really much Donaldson can do with that one. At that moment, Maddie, right before halftime, felt a little bit tense. Atlanta had been the better team. They'd forced some outstanding saves from wide. They'd missed a couple open nets as well. But it was 2-1 at that point. We were interested to see how both teams would react to that. And Atlanta came out in the second half. Miami got on the front foot. Atlanta weathered it well. Then you get the weird corner where Williams comes flying out for it. He's not able to get to it. It gets headed back into the middle of the box. It becomes a jump ball, and Amir Henry's going to win that jump ball all day long and twice on Sunday. Able to get that goal to go along with the assist.
There is that goal. Suarez. Williams tries to dive out of his goal to try to save it. Brownie's there, heads it right to Henry, who finds the back of the net. Lee flicks it forward. Lee, cross into the box.
And not a bad idea there. He's running out of real estate. It's going to be tough to stop going at that speed, so he's trying to just snap that ball across to Tristan Lee as hard and quick as he can. It just isn't able to turn it back towards the middle of the field enough.
Dearman dribbling through, able to win, gets all ball. That's Tristan Lee. Amir Henry skipping through. Amir Henry skipping through once again. Amir Henry, that goes wide.
Amir Henry wanted the highlight reel, and I'm not mad at it. Just leaving bodies in his wake. As we look at it again, first of all, the tackle from Tristan Lee, 10 out of 10. Gets his foot stuck in, takes it off. Amir Henry, whoop, one more, whoop. just leaving bodies behind him, tries to chip that over the keeper, and just kind of lift it over him. It can't get it underneath the crossbar. Well, that would have capped off quite a day for Amir Henry.
Misplayed. Andres Alvarez, 1v1 Alvarez! A misplayed ball overhead connects to Andres Alvarez. 1v1 with Williams, and he slots it in to the low corner of the goal. It's 4-1 Atlanta.
But take a look at this one again. That ball is just headed back, and it just takes a kind of a weird bounce. You got guys getting forward trying to defend, but when you just keep stepping forward like that, and it's Sebastian Ramirez, the Colombian youth international who'd come on for Miami, he steps forward, that ball takes a big bounce off the grass, goes over his head, and Alvarez is there, and he doesn't miss.
Jaylani for Atlanta got the header that headed it over Ramirez.
Yeah, he hit that. He hit that with a sledgehammer. That ball took off his skull.
Down the right. Miami trying to get back into this one. Miami brings it in. Dearmean. Padilla brings it in. Donaldson's there.
It's strong hands from Donaldson. Had to be strong in that moment, and he was. It's good work for Miami to try and make something happen. Padilla's just trying, the Nicaraguan Youth International, trying to create space. He's able to do it. Gets a really good cross in there. Donaldson's got to come out among three bodies, collect that ball at a dangerous height, and hang on to it.
Miami under a lot of pressure. Launched all the way back. Trying to track it. Able to get there. Mendez. Lancaster does just enough to win the goal kick for Atlanta. We'll have two substitutions for Miami. I want to go back to Nolan Lancaster, though. Has done a great job of not just using his feet to try to make those blocks. He's using his whole body to shield Miami away from the goal and is forcing a lot of those goals to go over the end line and forces the goal kick.
Yeah, he's been so good with his body, being able to just control where guys are going, and it's such an underrated thing and such a tricky thing to master, to do it without fouling, without being too aggressive, being too reckless with your body. He's done a good job of kind of just putting himself in the way, let the ball roll out, manipulate not only just where somebody is, but where they can go.
Donaldson's ball. Miami comes away with it. Driving through.
And a couple subs there for Miami as they recycle play. Kai Williamson checking into the game, and Dominic Egot checking into the game as well.
Bond gets there. Lets it roll out of play. Goal kick here for Atlanta.
15 minutes left. We are quickly approaching the tactics-free zone, which is personally my favorite zone.
Why is it your favorite zone, Jarrett?
Because that's when weird things happen. Like Miami's keeping three back, and they're keeping three back just on principle at this point, but you watch number 30 going to pour forward. It's going to be three back, and it's going to be up for Atlanta right now to get a good tackle there. It's going to be up for Atlanta to just defend bravely, because as good as it feels for Atlanta, it's 3-1, or 4-1, excuse me. You don't want to give them hope.
Great defending from Atlanta. Stop promising opportunities. Miami still on the attack. Egot. Pass it to Miami. Back to Mendez. Tries the shot, and it goes up and over the goal.
It's Kai Williamson on the end of it, unable to keep his foot around the ball and keep it down. Dangerous situation there.
Goal kick here for Atlanta. 78th minute. Miami trailing Atlanta. Forward. Alvarez tried to bring it down, but it's a foul on Atlanta. Free kick here for Miami. It's crunch time for Inter Miami. Trying to make something here.
Also, if you want to have fun and keep track of somebody who's putting together a star performance today, Amir Henry's basically shifted into a second forward. So it might not be it for Amir Henry.
Tristan Lee feeds it up to Alvarez. Is stood up by the back line for Miami. Williams will launch it, and that ball will go wide. Florentino put his hands up there.
Here comes Amir Henry.
Henry driving into the box. Henry tries the shot. It deflects off of White. That's great positioning from Rondell White. It'll be a corner incoming for the Five Stripes.
Rondell White's been beaten up today. That's the third or fourth time I can think of where he's thrown himself in front of a ball. He's going to need an ice bath before they get on the plane back to Miami. It's one of those things where you've given up 4 goals. Rondell White has put his body in the way numerous times.
Alex Lee, outswinger here for Atlanta. That ball floats to Williams.
A foul called on Atlanta in the process.
Williams didn't like that. Wanted to try to get the ball back in play as quickly as he could.
Yeah.
Goal kick, trying to connect on the right. Throw in here for Atlanta.
It's Christian Williams. Williams going to throw this down and basically tell him to go get it.
Tristan Lee. Alvarez, top of the 18. Flicks it over to Alex Lee. Lee under pressure, still able to hold on to possession for Atlanta. Lee. Lee needs backup, tries to flick it back. Trying to find Bond. Miami reads it. And they'll kick it out. Jelani heads it down. Falls right into the official. It'll be a drop ball for Miami.
It's kind of a weird one there because Jelani just paced the referee with it, and you're kind of wishing it had been your drop ball instead, as Donaldson was flying out and heading that ball out of play. You'll take that if you're Atlanta. Now you got a chance to reset. Miami doesn't have the bodies forward right now, but you still have to lock in defensively.
You had Atlanta's backline tracking. Donaldson comes out, heads it out of play.
I feel like he's gotten more aggressive as the game has gone on, which is fine. He's commanding not just his area, but the area outside of the box, because especially as Miami's having to try and deal with Atlanta, there's a lot of space between the back line and Donaldson, so he's having more space to manage, and you just have to do it confidently.
White trying to create something on the left side. Just not on the same page. It's a goal kick for Atlanta. And Jarrett, that's what's so interesting about these final moments in games like this. Teams get so desperate to try and create something that they'll try those long balls, but that communication sometimes falls through because you're so spontaneous and trying to get things going.
It can be, you can be kind of scattered, like as we call it, a tactic-free zone. It's like, hey, we're going to play this long ball. Who's down there? I don't know. Me? You? Could be somebody else we don't know. But it can just be really tricky to deal with positionally, because if something doesn't come off, all of a sudden you're wondering why your back line looks like Swiss cheese. We talked about the mentality part of development before this game. This will be an interesting development moment for both teams because it's 4-1 Atlanta right now. Look, Miami's still got plenty to play for. They got plenty of pride to play for. Tristan Lee tried to play in.
As it goes back the other way.
Now Alex Lee's got to get back and get into defense. And now Atlanta's got to get organized.
Miami. Opportunity here. And a late challenge at the cheap shot.
And you hear the yell from across the field. Somebody telling Fred to be smart. Fred Bond got laid out.
Referee has a yellow card in hand, having a conversation.
So I saw Bond end up on the ground. I'm not sure if it was the first hit or if it was one of those, the retaliatory hit is the one that got carded. But Donaldson coming over there, trying to be a leader for that team for Atlanta, pulling Fred Bondawaits. Be smart. Don't do anything dumb. It is 4-1. It is the 84th minute. Do not do anything dumb right now.
And that goes back to what you were saying about the development, especially with the academy, learning in those moments when those situations happen, when you get brought to the ground in retaliation. How do you react coming up from that challenge?
If it's the 10th minute of a scoreless, tense rivalry game and that happens, you're going to react differently than the 84th minute when, the game feels like it's mostly in hand. It's when it's kids, you never want to say it's completely cooked because weird things can happen. Miami goes down here and scores and makes it a 2-goal game, and they start to feel good. Then something weird happens, and all of a sudden you're wondering what universe you're in. It's going to be important for both of these teams to see this out and to see what they can get out of this game mentally and not just physically as Atlanta's back in the attack.
Totev dribbles Atlanta out of trouble. Back the other way. It's cleared by Miami. Jaylani finds Henry. Henry on the right.
Good ball.
Feeds it up to Alex Lee. Lee tries the cross. It's deflected.
Florentino's putting a shift out there at left back for Miami. We've seen him get forward a fair bit today as well, Maddie. And right there is Florentino, who had to catch up to Lee, put a foot in the way, and force that out for a corner.
Gabriel Florentino has been one that I've been watching the entire game for Miami.
U.S. Youth International.
Outswinger just floats into the box. That falls. Brownie launched out. An opportunity for Miami to counter. Tracking back is Christian Williams. Mendez skips it through. Finds an opening on the right for Miami. Miami with the cross into the box. Mendez gets the header and heads it wide of the goal.
And how much you can do with it at that point, he's fallen away from it. You're just trying to kind of push it back towards the corner or back towards the middle of the goal. He chooses to try and push it towards the corner, and it's so hard to just kind of to bend that ball back. That whole sequence, though, really pretty for Miami. A lot of simple passing, not trying to force the ball forward just for the sake of forcing the ball forward. They found the open man. They were able to kind of manipulate Atlanta's shape in a way where they were able to finally play that ball out to the left-hand side and found room to get a good cross in.
Tried to connect to Egot. It was a heavier touch. Tried to keep it in play, but it rolled over the touchline. Throw in Atlanta. Williams. White heads it back. Back to Williams. Brownie tried to get ahead to it. Miami back in possession. Quick passes from Miami. White back to Williams.
Players starting to feel it out there for both teams. This is where you just got to get tough mentally right there. Christian Williams just comes flying in, gets the ball and able to push it out for a throw-in. But those moments are something you can build off of, and not just for yourself, but for your teammates. It's the 87th minute. You're feeling good about things. You're hot. You're tired. But you see one of your teammates come flying 15, 20 yards to win a ball out. And, yeah, it forces a throw-in. But it's that moment where everybody can look at it and feel good about it and build off that momentum.
Under pressure, Tristan Lee does enough to win it back for Atlanta. Lee on the left. Great sliding challenge from Miami.
Dominican got really trying to get stuck in on that challenge. He'd gotten dispossessed and did a good job of fighting back into possession.
Williams. Lee was trying to find Williams again. It skips past him. Miami now on the break with an opportunity. Keeps it in play. Great work by Miami. Williamson. Jaylani is right on him. Williamson. Battling through. Jaylani. Brownie finds Williams. Miami win it back. Totev. Still loose. Finally able to clear it from the 18.
It's going to be tough work for a guy like Alvarez. We know Alvarez has his 2 goals on the day, but you're to that point now. If you're Alvarez, you're just doing thankless work up top, or you're just trying to hold the ball up, get it to somebody else, because you're not dropping back to defend too much because you have to present some sort of semblance of a threat. But he's going to be doing so much work with like a 2v1 where he's going to have 2 guys on his back, and he's going to have to fight them off and try and hold the ball up and just take some of the pressure off your defense a little bit.
You got cross in. Lancaster clears it. Williams. Lee. Brownie. Under pressure. Dribbles away. Wins the throw-in.
And that's the moment I'm talking about as well. Stotev's going to go down as well now. He's feeling it. But that was the moment I'm talking about as well with Williams, where 2 players go flying into a sliding challenge against each other to try and win the ball. And Williams is the first one to his feet. And as that ball goes bouncing back into the outskirts of the field towards the touchline, he's the first one there. They're both tired. They're both on the ground. He's the first one to his feet and the first one up to speed. Those are those moments you can build on, not just for yourself, but as a roster, where you can look at your teammates and say, hey, we're tired. We know we feel good about this. We're still going to fight. We're still going to push. And those are those really good moments you can build off of, and they're good character development moments for these guys to say, no matter what this scoreline is, we have to play hard for 90 minutes, because if you want to be a professional, that's how you have to play.
Into the 90th minute now. Atlanta leads Miami 4-1. Ref looking at his watch.
Toto's been out there since the start of this one. Not surprised at all. He's starting to feel it just a little bit, especially because at this point, Maddie, it's the first really hot weather game we've had this year. Everything's been very calm and very lovely. 2 minutes, looks like. That at 6. We might get even more stoppage time. Well, we also had the hydration break and all of the substitutions.
Amir Henry skipping through defenders. Henry on the left. Back to Brownie. He'll switch the point of attack.
Maddie, I'll tell you, I saw Amir Henry last fall. The player he is now looks like he has taken not just a step physically, but a step in his development and the speed the game is going for him.
Completely agrees. You have Williams driving and tries the shot. It's deflected. Finds Totev. Bond. Finds Alex Lee. He'll cut inside. Lee dribbling into the box. Lee tries the shot, and there it is! Alex Lee does just enough to slip it right over Williams into the right lower corner of the goal, and it's 5-1 Atlanta.
We take a look, and Alex Lee is just going to keep going and going and going down the right-hand side, cuts it in at the top of the box, then is able to wrap his left foot around it, hits a little gopher hunter into the corner, and just like that, 5-1 Atlanta. Way to put the exclamation point on a game that felt like it was up for grab in the second half. Weren't sure how both teams were going to react at halftime when it was 2-1. Atlanta showed something in these second 45 minutes, Maddie.
Miami. Brought back to Williams. Jaylani. It falls to Miami. Back to White. White, long ball over the top. Tracking it down. Williamson. Atlanta just will let that ball roll over the touchline. Quick throw in Miami.
Miami's just been a little loose with their touches as the half has gone on. They just haven't been able to stay locked in and be as clean. There are a lot of moments in this game that feel like both teams, especially early in the game, Maddie, it felt like both teams had chances but couldn't find the final ball. Atlanta started to find it. Miami hasn't been able to consistently find it yet.
Tried the cross. It deflects off of Brownie. So it's going to be a corner here for Inter Miami. Atlanta leads 5-1 into stoppage time. We believe it's 6 minutes of stoppage time.
There's no way to know. It feels right given the hydration break and everything, but also it's one of those, it's 5-1. You can call it whenever.
Padilla headed out. Alex Lee comes forward. Alvarez was right behind. Last came off of Miami, so it's a throw-in for Atlanta. Taken quickly. Alvarez. Tristan Lee on the left. Inside the goal. Brings it in. Slips it past! The build-up play. Tristan Lee takes it all by himself and from a weird angle slips it right in between the legs of Williams, making it 6-1 Atlanta.
Tristan Lee goes 5-hole here, and what makes it so much fun there is we talked about Andres Alvarez is doing thankless work in the second half because it's pretty much, the game's pretty much on ice to a certain point where you're not thinking about for Alvarez scoring goals. You're going to have to do hold-up play. You're going to have to do dirty work. It's not going to be as fun. But he drops back into that moment and has to get into build-up play. Tristan Lee's making that run. Alvarez played that ball perfectly down the left-hand side. It hugs the line. Lee's able to get to it. Then, you know, in classic Stanley Cups are coming soon fashion, goes 5-hole. 6-1 Atlanta.
Long ball over the top. Jaylani for Atlanta. Finds Brownie. Egot. Brownlee. Gets Atlanta out of trouble. Williams. Stopped by Miami. Back the other way. Padilla. Padilla looking, trying something, but Donaldson's there.
I believe Tristan Lee's also pulled up. And Tristan Lee's pulled up with something here on the left-hand side, and that's going to be the game.
What a dominating performance for Atlanta United. A 6-1 victory over Inter Miami. And it was a brilliant showcase of the talent that Atlanta has up top.
It was. And it's not to excuse anything on the defensive side. Defense was great. You gave up one goal on an absolute golazo by Moradel. But Amir Henry and Andres Alvarez, both impossibly fantastic in today's performances. Your subs came on, gave you what you needed as well. Everybody pushed for 90-plus minutes. You had subs going down at the end, feeling it and feeling the pull on their muscles and feeling tired, but you were fighting for every ball. The reason that says 6-1 is because even when it was 3-1 and 4-1, you wanted each loose ball more. And you showed something there. And that's something you build on to show not just that you can win those tight games, but you can keep that mentality of going for more at all times.
Second game of the triple header here for Atlanta United done. First game, U-18s, it was a 1-1 draw against Inter Miami. In the U-16s, it was a 6-1 win against Inter Miami. And now, 7:30 p.m., Atlanta United faces FC Dallas at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Myself, Jared Smith, thank you so much for being on the call with us today. Thank you to Joe Freihofer and Jason Longshore taking you through the U-18s. Make sure you guys tune in on MLS Season Pass for the match tonight. You can also listen on 92.9 The Game and the Odyssey app. Abe Gordon and myself will have the pregame show starting at 6:30. And then your voices of Atlanta United, Mike Connie and Jason Longshore, will take over. Thank you guys so much for listening here as we say goodbye from the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Training Ground. Atlanta wins against Inter Miami 6-1.